the United States, Donald J. Trump.
See you again for the rest of my whole life. I hope I never see any of you jerks again.
I'm going to violate the advice I gave to the President of the United States yesterday, because we were having lunch yesterday and the President said, JD, I don't know how I did it. I have actually got the Democrats to come out in defense of crime. And it is crazy. If Donald Trump came out tomorrow and said he really likes puppies, you would have AOC come out and say puppies are terrible. So you have Donald Trump, who has reduced murders, carjackings, and armed robberies in 14 days in Washington, D.C., and now you have national Democrats coming out and saying, oh, well, we love murders and carjackings and armed robberies. Why won't Democrats just use some common sense? We're going to disagree about stuff from time to time. I'm sure Democrats want higher taxes and I want lower taxes. We may disagree about some foreign policy issues, but on this basic principle that murdering people, armed robberies, carjackings are bad, wouldn't it be nice if the Democrats just worked a little across the aisle for once?
Let me tell you, Barack Hussein Obama was a lousy president. A lot of bad things happened. Remember when they used to talk about Trump with the jail cells? Well, he built the jail cells for the children. He built those jail cells. Remember that came out? But, sir, they were built in 2014. You remember when that came out? After me going through that stuff for about 2 weeks, and then they found out it was Barack Obama that built those jail cells.
The most insidious was providing intelligence to the Mexican law enforcement that led to the arrest of a CJNG cartel-affiliated baby trafficker called La Diablo.
Well, I don't think we're going to necessarily ask for a declaration of war. I think we're just going to kill people that are bringing drugs into our country. Okay? We're going to kill them. You know, they're going to be like dead. Okay?
everybody off the grid, and everybody gonna sit in their house, and they gonna roll across the screen. You hear me? Everybody that was a part of Pizzagate and what the fuck they was doing. And everybody gonna see it. You finna see your real pedophiles. Your real ones. All these motherfucking senators, governors, mayors, all your top power politicians, all your top actors, all your top athletes, all they ass was involved in this shit for years. And now they were all made over the last few years, they were made to give video confession, even if they were executed. I told many of you, Beyonce and Jay-Z were executed last year. They were found guilty for crimes against humanity. And not just Beyonce and Jay-Z, Tom Hanks, Harvey Einstein, Oprah Winfrey. Boy, the list go on. You damn near can't name a motherfucker that's famous that ain't participating in that shit. That's how deep this shit go. You know how them earthquakes that Japan been having? Them ain't earthquakes, nigga. That's the Galactic Federation under the ground, blowing up all them tunnels where they had them kids. They done had kids under the ground for years. You got whole families that grew up under the ground, nigga, in sex trafficking, nigga, never seen the light of day. This shit finna come across y'all screen, a EBS alert. EBS alert mean everything gonna shut off, nigga. The only thing gonna work is that one channel. You know how like an Amber Alert come across? They gonna do an EBS alert. It's gonna show you, nigga. Every fucking body that was a part of Pizzagate, all must be revealed. It's the end game. You see what I'm saying? This is what's finna happen. Last year, a lot of the pedophiles started getting picked up. Like all the Hollywood elite, like the big boys that got caught up in that Howard Einstein shit and that Pizzagate shit. So all the big CEOs started getting locked up. A lot of motherfuckers that was in this shit started getting locked up, nigga. They got all them out the way, and now they coming for the rappers. All the rappers that was in on that sex trafficking shit, drinking the blood, helping them snatch the babies and shit too on the low that y'all ain't know about, they coming for them too. They came for the big elites last year and they still grabbing them. This is why last year majority of your big CEOs start stepping down last year because they was getting arrested, killed, and executed, charged with crimes against humanity, nigga. What you talking about? I'm giving y'all the real, nigga. I don't give a fuck if they delete my YouTube for. So look, right? A lot of your rappers, man, see, because I always talk about the elite, or when I say rappers, I might say they sold out, but I don't ever go into the in-depths. I might say, oh yeah, they sucked some dick for the contract. I don't go into the in-depths of how they ass was a part of the kidnapping of the kids. This shit is big, man. This is what's going on, man. They've been bringing so many little kids from up under the White House. All these tunnels connecting all from city to city. All your big Hollywood screenwriters. All your major mayors, your senators, your governors, nigga. All they asses in on it, nigga. All your Denzel Washington, nigga. All your big A-list celebrities, nigga. All of them, nigga. Black and white, nigga. Facts, nigga. Jay-Z, Beyonce, nigga. All of them, nigga. On my soul, nigga. Other rappers, guess what they doing? Some rappers, you think they dead, them niggas ain't even dead. They put a story out and told you they was dead. They really got them locked up trying to get them to talk and expose and to give up more names. Because see, this what happened when Einstein got caught up last year, he spilled the beans on everybody, nigga. You see what I'm saying? They didn't even know that it was this huge, it wasn't like, you know what I'm saying? When Einstein got caught, you see what I'm saying? Yeah, Einstein got caught last year, nigga. He started ratting on everybody, nigga, because they told him, if you give up other people, we ain't gonna kill you. We'll just give you life in jail. You see what I'm saying? So they got an option. These people, the elites, they can tell and get time cuts. If they tell on other people, they'll get a time cut. You feel me? If they tell on other people that was big in on this shit, they'll get a time cut. But the time cut is life in jail. That's like the lowest sentence on this shit is life in jail. Because they've been eating these kids, man. Man, the shit they did to these kids, y'all, was so fucking bad.
What if most of these high-end fashion designers are part of the satanic cult, the In Club? Satan comes to kill, steal, and destroy and deceive. What we think is a high-end handbag and a status symbol really means something else to the rich elite. It's an In Club, and if you know, you know. Do your research. Who carries the Birkin bag? Where do these designers do their manufacturing? Where do they source their leather? Why did Kate Spade work with the Clinton Foundation? Why was Kate Spade in Haiti so much? What was she doing there? Why do some of the scientific articles say that they sourced the adrenochrome from Haiti because of the children's makeup, because of their DNA makeup? The children from Haiti had the best adrenochrome. And why does Louis Vuitton keep their signature bag brown? Where did they source their leather? After the massive earthquake in Haiti in 2010, where did the 230,000 people go? What about Rwanda? In 1994, Kate Spade opened her main production line in Rwanda. Coincidentally, the same year, one of the shocking genocides happened in Rwanda. 800,000 bodies went missing. Where did they go? Anthony Bourdain went to Haiti and saw what was going on, and then he mysteriously committed suicide later. Paul Walker went to Haiti, did some work over there, saw what was going on, and then mysteriously when he came back, his car crashed and he died. QPost 100. What happened to Diana? What did she find out? With power comes corruption. What did Diana see? Why was she running? Who did she go to for help? What are the Pope's shoes made out of? Why are they all red? Where do they source their leather? What did Anthony Bourdain see? What did Paul Walker see? Where are the bodies buried? What if in the modeling and fashion industry, in order to make it big, you have to do certain things to be in the in club, if you know what I mean? Trump told you with his dead man point. Trump told you with the executive order 13818, crimes against humanity. You touch the children, we end you. Be careful what you carry. Be careful who you worship. Be careful what you worship. To us, it may seem like a status symbol, but to the elite in club, it means something very different. If you know, you know. QPost 4627. Symbolism will be their downfall. The great deceivers. All assets deployed. Information warfare. God wins.
You guys know what this represents?
We clearly do not have the numbers as they are in this moment to win the radical legislation that we need to bring about and begin to believe that these kinds of results are sufficient. We have to continue to elect more socialists, and we have to ensure that we are unapologetic about our socialism. Now, we had an academic boycott campaign and one of the aspects of that was to fight to stop study abroad at universities in Israel that were complicit in the occupation, many of which through the development of weapons technology for the IDF. Now, by bringing the issue of Israel-Palestine apartheid to Bowdoin, you bring it front and center, it's harder to ignore. And then making sure that we move to dismantle that relationship. Those are things that you can do as a legislator, right? You can.
Guys, I just wanted to point out that when they show you the destruction of the White House, this is the part that got knocked down. See this little awning over here? That's what they knocked down because they need space for the building that's going there. This is where the president works. This is where the Oval Office is. This is where you see everything going on in the White House. This is where the president lives. You do a White House tour. This is where you go. This is the East Wing, which, in case you were unaware, started as an indoor pool for FDR. And this building that everyone's like, it's so historic, you can't take it down. It was a fucking pool. The president, FDR, spent your money to build an indoor pool. Of course, fucking Teddy Roosevelt decided to do some construction. Fucking Truman put a bowling alley. And Obama put a fucking basketball court. And yes, I understand the stereotype. Yeah, guys, all this crying and all these pictures you're seeing, and oh, the destruction. It's the fucking side of the East Wing. So they can put a new building right here. Oh, and by the way, it's the first construction done on the White House that we're not paying for. So shut the fuck up.
Do you remember when you called us conspiracy theorists for years? Yeah, what now? Well, one of our so-called conspiracies has just been proven yet again to be true. Man landed on the moon. Okay, that's not what I was gonna say. But anyway, it's that illegal immigrants are voting in our elections. Crazy. Ha, you're wrong. Again, illegal immigrants can't have a driver's license. Really, because in 2023, Tim Walz signed a bill expanding access to driver's licenses regardless of immigration status. Okay, so? And when a voter registration only requires a driver's license, not proof of citizenship, this is exactly what happens. I really don't see the big deal here. Well, let me explain it for you. You've been screaming protect democracy for years, but when it actually comes to democracy, you're completely silent. So which is it? Are you for democracy or are you for power? I don't know, you tell me. They're human too. And no one has ever denied the fact that they're human. We're denying the fact that they're citizens. Let's be clear, illegal immigrants do not have the right to vote. That is for citizens only. The Constitution is very clear. If this doesn't bother you, maybe you're not really pro-America, and that's concerning.
Liberals in Chicago have the privilege of being able to say that we don't need the National Guard here in Chicago. They have the privilege of saying that because they keep themselves in their careful bubbles of Lincoln Park, Wicker Park. They stay up in some of the northern areas and they go and frolic at the beach, playing volleyball and pickleball and tennis in these areas where it's clean. There's minimal crime. Of course you feel like we don't need the National Guard because you've never stepped foot on the actual south and west side. Elitist, progressives, and leftist white Chicagoans have the privilege of not needing the National Guard in order to feel safe in their communities. They walk out their door in the morning with their babies to go get a quick coffee and their kid on a scooter with a helmet. That's privilege. That's the same privilege that you claim you want to be a part of unpacking and getting away from. It's the yuppie white women in Chicago who want to scream about Trump being fascist, yet they keep themselves carefully, safely tucked away in Lincoln Park. Come to Woodlawn. And not the Q part. No, go past 63rd. Come to Auburn Gresham. Chatham. Inglewood. Get on your scooter there. And do it about 7 o'clock. Okay. If you're not going to do that, mind your business.
I have never seen a more potent display of the difference between Republicans and Democrats than what you're about to see.
To not pay the military, to not pay TSA, to not pay air traffic controllers, and to interrupt SNAP benefits for Virginians most in need.
Glenn Youngkin, Republican governor of Virginia. Watch this. Pay attention to this.
He says the state will pick up the bill for meal assistance.
The state of Virginia is going to step in and cover the benefits for a while We have the financial resources to do it for a while, not forever.
Meanwhile,
Wow, they have the financial resources to do it. You know why? Because they have all of our revenue. We have sent all of our revenue to Virginia. Their coffers are full with our revenue. Now, compare what Republican Governor Glenn Youngkin is doing. He's going to make sure that those people have SNAP, and I'm going to give you a little bit of background on that. Compare that to Governor Moore. This is Governor Moore, Democrat governor of Maryland, how he's approaching this.
Moore put out a statement. He says the Trump administration hasn't guaranteed states will be reimbursed for covering federal expenses like food benefits, which has been the case during previous shutdowns. The governor says, quote, "We will continue to do everything in our power to ensure the federal government follows the law and provides funding for the critical services that our families, our children, and our veterans rely on."
Now, this is interesting, and I've been telling you this for the longest time. Democrats are not your friends. For those people, oh, the Democrats are helping us. I have been telling you, if you listen to my program, I've been telling you over and over and over again, when you people are like, oh, well, we're going to provide expanded SNAP benefits and we're going to pay your rent and everything. They do that for moments like this. This is why they push those things, because this is leverage. Like the Democrats have explicitly said, this is leverage. And in a case where you have a Republican governor in Virginia, his priority is like, look, these people need these benefits. Let's get them fed. Governor Moore is thinking, how do we blame this on Trump? How do we leverage this? And I think there's another layer to this, by the way. You know, I didn't even get to this. I personally feel like the Democrats are really twisting the knife, and they're mad at black people for not showing up for Kamala Harris. I promise you that's part of this. And so they feel like, oh, well, you guys get the, and you can already see on the people are talking about this. Well, you guys voted for this. They want to make sure this hurts because it's related to Trump. That's the difference between Republicans and Democrats. Republicans generally, now again, I can't speak for all situations, they want to get the job done. The other thing I want to point out here is the fiscal situation. Now, Maryland is in no financial situation to be picking up any tabs. We've pretty much run through the surplus, the $5 billion surplus that Governor Hogan left us with. Westmore turned it into a $3 billion deficit. They've barely been able to claw out of that with a ton of taxes and fees that have chased our revenue down to Virginia. This is why forward-thinking executive leadership matters. A Republican governor is going to make sure their people are getting SNAP. The Democrat governor is going to make sure you suffer, all so that they can score political points. You decide for yourself what that means.
Oh, what radicalized you? I'll fucking tell you what radicalized me. When I was in 8th grade, my dad came home from a miserable, terrible, grueling day at work and said, "Hey, put your shoes on. We have to go to the school board meeting." Now, I'd never been to a school board meeting, didn't even really know what they were for, but what I did know is that my school had just implemented a policy that anyone could get a free lunch at school regardless of financial status. Rich kid gets a free lunch, poor kid gets a free lunch, paid for by the taxpayer. Now, 8th grade me thought that was a real fucking good deal. I still think that. And I thought then that anybody with a rational fucking brain cell would think the same. But we got to that school board meeting and I watched as the same people that I saw at Sunday church every Sunday stood up in front of the board and talked about how this was a terrible thing and that they were all shelling out for all these people that didn't need a free lunch. And then I watched as my dad, the strongest, hardest working man I've ever known in my entire life, I mean, he could bend a horseshoe in half with his bare fucking hands. My dad stood up and said, "Hey, I know exactly what it feels like to be the kid that needs the free lunch. I grew up on free lunch. And I also know exactly what it feels like to feel the stigma behind that in your classmates." He said, "If you have a problem with paying for these free lunches, you can bill me." And then he looked at the school board and said, "Thank you for your time," and we left. Now, 8th grade me thought, well, maybe it's just a problem in my slack-jawed yokel of a hometown. But the more I've grown up, the more I've seen that this is not just a problem in 2,000 people towns. It's a problem nationwide, and that the same people that are having these problems are the same people that are at church every fucking Sunday. That's what radicalized me.
Guns don't kill people, people kill people. Okay, in that case, bread doesn't make sandwiches, people make sandwiches. Cars don't drive people to work, people drive people to work.
Well, she had a really good point. She's doing really good there, but I fear she lost the plot. But she was exactly right there. Firearms do not kill people. People kill people. And that's exactly our point. Think about cars. They kill far more people than firearms do every year. But we don't ban cars. We hold the driver accountable. We train them, license them, punish them if they break the law. Why? Because we know it's not the car, it's the person behind the wheel. Same with medicine, right? The right dose can save a life. The wrong dose can end one. Do we ban medicine? No. We hold people accountable for how it's used. So when someone says firearms don't kill people, they're right. A firearm by itself does nothing. It literally depends on whose hand it's in. Banning the tool doesn't stop the problem. Addressing the person misusing it does.
Russia said this week that they've tested a new missile that can go more than 8,000 miles.
They know we have a nuclear submarine, the greatest in the world, right off their shores. So, I mean, it doesn't have to go 8,000 miles. And, they're not playing games with us. We're not playing games with them either. I don't think it's an appropriate thing for Putin to be saying either, by the way. You ought to get the war ended. A war that should have taken 1 week is now in its soon 4th year. That's what you ought to do instead of testing missiles.
Steve Bannon said in a recent interview that there could be plans for you to be able to run and potentially win a third term in 2028. Is that something you'd be willing to challenge the board to be on?
I haven't really thought about it. I have the best poll numbers I've ever had. All I can tell you is that we have a great group of people, which they don't. They have Jasmine Crockett, a low IQ person. They have AOC's low IQ. Let AOC go against Trump.
I can drop ties in this bitch. Drop like flies in this bitch. I cut ties in.
people the clip of Jimmy Kimmel, and it's all over the news now. That is
about me or
about you.
Oh, great. That won't age well, will it?
Well, the one with the foil hat.
Oh, did they have that on the Jimmy Kimmel show?
Yeah.
No kidding?
Yeah.
Excellent. So they're really making fun of me.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Well, they're making fun. They think that we're all nuts.
Oh, well, that's good. That won't age well.
No, I don't think so.
Trump's going to tear down the pin, and the pin is two things. Well, one of the things the pin is he's going to tear down. So they'll find out 174. Trust the plan 174. It's actually you'll find out 174. Trust the plan 174. POTUS winner 174. JFK Jr's promise 174. So they'll look like shit. Because what would you do if your dad was mutilated on the street just a couple blocks away? You think you'd go into hiding? Especially when your first cousin is Donald Trump, which they just said 6 days ago on MSLSD, as MSNBC. And they put up all their pictures, and they said that Joe Kennedy didn't die in World War II, which we knew, and that he was General Flynn's father, which makes Trump's first cousins with General Flynn, and it makes General Flynn and John first cousins. And then they found out that Mussolini was the grandson of Abraham Lincoln, and so was Trump's father, which was General George Patton. But you didn't learn any of that in school. You didn't learn the fact that JFK was the grandson of Abraham Lincoln. Didn't learn any of that in school. And Brian Stelter, who hates Trump, I mean literally hates Trump, is the one that did the article. Because Trump's in charge and forced him to do it. He would never do it. He would never tell the truth. That truth's never been told before. But we've been saying it on the Jesus Strand 1 and 2. And we told the Jesus Strand 1 and 2 back when we had that 6.5 hour phone call with Scott McKay we recorded. So that's how he blew Scott's head clean off his shoulders. We told him the truth. Right. And that truth just got partially exposed on MSLSD 6 days ago.
Very interesting.
Very interesting. And very interesting is 210, which is General Donald J. Trump, 210.
So that would be evidence that the White Hats are in full control.
Absolutely.
If they're controlling the actual mainstream media program.
Yeah, and that's not going to age well for them because all I'm doing is telling the truth. I said that truth along with Sabrina Gal.
Yeah.
Because it was only just the two of us back then before we picked up Bryce and Toronto, which really Bryce talks about the Bibles, about how they're not what they say they are. And right. Toronto talks about how the Armenians in the land there is where the Jesus Strand bloodline came from and why they're under attack and, the whole history of Armenia and why the AB negative bloodline comes from there. But it's myself and Sabrina Gal that tell the Jesus Strand story. And we've been telling it, we used to call it the $5 Benghazi story. Hey, let's tell the $5 Benghazi story because on the $5 bill is Abraham Lincoln and he sent his kids to Benghazi. And if you want to know the whole truth, you'll have to go watch the Jesus Strand. And you can go watch it on the Sacred Blue Tent.
And we also have his...
Right. And we're the ones telling the truth. And they're the ones that are playing catch up because they're being forced to by Trump. He's forcing them to tell the truth. You can either play ball or you can get more garden fertilizer within the week.
The tribunals are that quick?
They've already had their tribunals. They've been chipped. Here's your phone. Here's your computer.
And do what you're told.
You want to play a game, 174? Not with the guy that's got 6 decks, because there's 6 trump cards.
Right.
Yeah. Everything's in threes.
Maximum power.
Maximum power. And we know 4 of them for sure. And maybe 5, but don't know the 6th one yet, but we'll see. We know lots of stuff. We don't know if he's used it for a trump card. I haven't tried to do the gematria on it to try and figure it out. It really doesn't matter at this point.
Right.
When he's kicking their ass, there's no ifs or buts about it.
Right. I noticed something on Google. Me and Trust was talking about it earlier. Because normally if I put my name in Google, it's like on the 150 zillionth page. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And now you put stuff in there and it just comes up.
That's because we're in charge of the truth. The truth is at the top. Yeah, they're not hiding it anymore. Can't hide it.
They can't hide it.
No. I mean, it was one of those Google reps that said, well, as soon as we, get 230 adjusted a little bit so it works a little better. What do you mean? So you get it adjusted a little better? 230 says you cannot censor the news. And so Faceplant is called Faceplant because they're going away. It was exactly 41 years from Executive Order 11110 on June 4th, 1963 to when LifeLog shut down. LifeLog was going to log your life, but they don't have to do it. You were going to do it for them. And it was June 4th, 2004 when Faceplant started. LifeLog, a DARPA, government program shut down.
And Facebook comes out of nowhere.
And Faceplant started the exact same day. And all the propaganda movies and shows about how, they were trying to steal it from Zuckerberg. Zuckerberg's name is Mark Greenberg. His name's not Mark Zuckerberg. He's a Rockefeller with his cousin, Edward Snowden. And he's got another cousin. I can't remember his name.
So Snowden is not good?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay.
I just said that's his cousin.
I didn't know that.
He's cousins with Bill and Hillary. They're first cousins, and they couldn't have a child together. Couldn't risk having a retard. So Webster Hubble stepped in and did the nasty for Bill. Just go look up Webster Hubble and Chelsea Clinton. Look at their pictures. Webster Hubble worked at the third oldest law firm in the United States called the Rose Law Firm in Mena, Arkansas, where Hillary and Bill were hanging out. And Webster Hubble is the father of Chelsea Clinton. And she was ugly as hell. And she had lots of, she looked like Webster, and he's ugly. So they had lots of plastic surgeries to make her look more like Bill. And it doesn't, the truth doesn't hide.
I mean, what would you want him to look like Bill? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, she's Gitmo Garden Fertilizer too. She's a Satanist witch also, like her mother, who's also Gitmo Garden Fertilizer.
So, in terms of the tribunals, are we ever going to get a chance to see these guys their day in court?
I think they're going to save Oprah because she fooled so many women. I think they're going to show Oprah on trial because she's trafficking children in Africa. I mean, her buddy, John of God or whatever, he's been arrested for child trafficking a couple of years ago. There's Oprah handing up the little starlets to, what was Steen? What was his name? On the Pound Me Too movement, because on your phone, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, *0 pound. It was Pound Me Too, not hashtag Me Too. It was Pound Me Too. Because 90% of the world knows it as the pound sign. Pound Me Too movement. That's how sick these people are. Bernstein. She'd feed up little starlets to Bernstein. Because everybody had to go, if you wanted to be in the movies, you had to go through that pig. So, and Hillary's just a woman with makeup on, trying to make her look like a woman, and she's a pig. We got a couple pigs working together. It's terrible. And so these people can say whatever they want on the Tele-Live Vision. The president does talk in code, and it's intelligent design, and everything in the front of the Smithsonian is going in the garbage can. and everything in the back they've been keeping from you is going to the front. Everything's a lie. Everything. I don't give a crap what it is. Religion's going to die. Faith is going to fly. And all that evolution crap in the front's going in the garbage can. Everything in the back they've been keeping from you is coming to the front. Period. You heard it here. Fact, fact, fact. Fry me if it's not true.
I think you should believe everything he says. That's what I'm going to say.
Charlie Freak, he got it. He was the first one to really get it. We did a 6-hour show with Charlie. Nobody does a 6-hour show. I kept looking at my watch going, God, should I really go down this rabbit hole? And I thought, fuck it. Yeah, let's do it. So I'd go down the rabbit hole and I'd look at the watch and go, man, we're 3 hours in. Should I go down this rabbit hole? Yeah, let's do it. So we just kept going and going. By the time it was over, it was like 6 hours and 5 minutes or something like that. And if you watch the last half hour of that show, you'll understand he gets it. He gets it and tells it straight to your face. Charlie gets it. He understands. And it's hard for me to say what he's going to say because it's not my place to say. Just like it's not Trump's place to say what we think about him. Other people will say it. He knows who he is. I know who I am. I know the role he's playing. I know the role I'm playing. And I'm just telling the truth and telling it with facts and telling it with gematria. Because at first, with a name like Negative, it's not exactly the easiest name for people to want to follow. Not knowing that 48 is evil because none of them know the cipher. So I'm negative evil, negative 48. And they don't want to. I mean, the Q drops are just a big giant code. Everything's code. Everything's coded. Well, it's Q drop 40. It's just AS1, CS26 tells you right there in Q drop 40. And it's connected to other posts. It gets complicated, but people are figuring out all these other codes. But everybody's giving me shit for figuring out the code that's Q drop 40. And it's simple. As Michael Jackson told you. A, B, C, T's just 1, 2, 3. So it's not complicated. The back 90% of your brain knows the truth. It's the front 10% that people have a problem with. And the people that are saying, fuck Trump and all that stuff, the back 90% of their brain knows the truth. It's the front half they're fighting with. They're not fighting with you. They know the truth, but they just refuse to accept it. So Trump derangement syndrome 307, nothing can stop what's coming 307. And there's other 307s. There's a 316, nothing can stop what is coming 316. It's different than nothing can stop what's coming 307. Spellings matter. And obviously the most famous Bible verse there is John 3:16. Probably ought to look it up and see what it says, because that's what's taking place. Fact. I mean fact, fact, fact.
Yo, this is true. I'm a witness. I am a witness. It's all true. That's what I'm going to say.
There's nothing else to say. He said, wake up, realize that A is 1, Z is 26, and Trump is speaking in that code. And he's telling you a story, which is what the Great Awakening is all about. And he said he's right, 218. He didn't put the 218, but that's what it comes to. And Michael Brian Prosper's 218. And I have a meeting I got to go to. So I got a jet, but he's telling you the Q drops tell you what the Great Awakening is all about. And that's what I say on my channel and in Gematria. And I just haven't been saying much to anybody lately for a reason. I'll tell you why later. But it's definitely not hiding from the prostitutes, the whores for the 1% globalist pimps that have everything totally wrong, 100% totally wrong, and all 100% totally right. You'll find out, 174. Trust the plan, 174. Who said so? Exactly. Michael Pross won't say it for. That's who. Talk to you later. See you later, Truss.
What do you want to bring today? What are you gonna say? What do you want to do to bring about this change?
Sacrificed so much for our country and the president, and I will tell you, the president standing right up here loves you. I respect you and I love you. And I'm giving everything I have to make sure that when you get home, you find an America that is safe and proud and sovereign and free.
Hi, everyone. So take a look at this clip and come right back.
Do you think ICE is not going to show up around voting and polling booths to chill participation? You know that. The National Guard, you know that. Everybody knows what's at stake, so we have to put a stake in the ground and do things differently.
So think about what he said for a second. As many of you know, I was an immigrant in America for 18 years before I became a citizen. And throughout that entire 18-year period, there was never a single time that I showed up at a polling station on election day because I did not have the right to vote in America. So what is Gavin Newsom saying here? There are immigrants who are voting. Now, this is not just about immigrants, because what he is suggesting is that the presence of ICE will stop people from going to the polls. So he's not even talking about legal immigrants, because legal immigrants will have nothing to fear if ICE is around. So basically what he is saying is that illegal immigrants will be deterred from going to the polls. So are illegal immigrants making it a habit to go to the polls on election day in America? I thought Democrats said our elections are the most secure ever, and that not requiring ID was necessary because people that look like me apparently can't get IDs. Is this the reason why they don't want voter IDs? If this is not a confession of how corrupt the voting system in Democrat-controlled states have become, I don't know what will convince you. Our elections must be protected from the corruption of charlatans who continue to clamor about protecting democracy, but will take every opportunity to undermine the process while pretending to be the saviors of the system. As a new American citizen who just a few years ago earned my right to vote, I believe that my vote needs to be protected from being wiped out by illegal immigrants. If this was not a plan, I am calling on ICE to actually show up at polling stations, because citizens are not intimidated by seeing law enforcement. And we cannot continue to allow our election system to be abused.
How does California stay the deep blue that it's been for as long as it has? Well, maybe this little tidbit will help us understand a little more. It seems that 449,000 registered voters in California were turned down for jury duty. And it was the same reason for all of them. Know what it was? Well, it seems to serve on a jury, you have to be a U.S. citizen. So you have to be a U.S. citizen to serve on jury duty. But you don't have to be one to vote in California? We know there are at least 449,000 people who are registered voters who are not U.S. citizens. Think about that one. Also, it's been floating around X that Gavin Newsom is concerned with all these ICE raids, that they could lower the attendance at the polling places. When voting time comes, there'll be a lower outcome because the ICE agents are there. Correct me if I'm wrong here, but ICE agents don't go after U.S. citizens. So, what is he really concerned about? I think this tells us a whole lot about California.
They just shot Charlie. They just shot Charlie. They just shot Charlie. They just shot Charlie. He's dead. God help him.
And the last one of these was in 2019 October. And it was hosted by Bill Gates, by Fauci, and by April Hayes. And interestingly, by George Gale, who is the head of the Chinese CDC in New York City. And any of you, I'm sure a lot of you have gone and looked at this on YouTube. It's called Event 201. And the fourth simulation that day, the last one, is all about how you use the pandemic as a pretense for clamping down for abridgments of freedom of speech, and particularly, how do you stop people from talking about a lab leak as the source of these viruses? So this in October 2019, none of us at that time ever heard of COVID. We now know that COVID was almost certainly circulating by mid-September. On September 12th, the Chinese government kicked down the door of the Wuhan lab, brought in General Wei, which is a bioweapons expert from People's Army, to run the lab and remove all the gain of function studies from their public-facing websites and all of the genomic sequences from all the viruses. The Chinese government clearly knew that the virus was circulating in September. So a month later, you have this. That same week, Bill Gates, who was overseeing this simulation, made a 1.1 million shares of BioNTech vaccine, which later became the Pfizer vaccine. He then sold that, almost all that stock, 87%, 2 years later, at a $242 million profit. And a week after that, he publicly announced the vaccine didn't work. This has been called pump and dump scheme. Because he was the guy who was on TV with his minion, Peter Hotez, who took $52 million from Gates for his institution. Gates made his institution. So you had the period then pumping up the stock for 2 years and then dumping it a week before he goes on TV and says, oh, it didn't work after all.
Did you know that the tomb of Jesus was not opened by people, but by an angel who came down from heaven? He rolled away the great stone with his own hands, and in that moment, history was forever changed. After he was crucified, Jesus was laid in a sealed tomb, a massive stone at the entrance, and Roman soldiers guarding it to prevent anyone from stealing his body. But on the third morning, as the first light of dawn spread across the land, a heavenly angel descended his appearance, like lightning his clothes, white as snow. With the power of God, he rolled away the stone. The guards shook with fear and fell to the ground like dead men. Then the angel turned to the women who came to anoint the body of Jesus and said, "Do not be afraid, he is not here. He has risen. The tomb was empty, not because someone had taken his body, but because death itself had been defeated." At the moment of resurrection, Jesus broke the chains of sin and opened the gate to eternal life for all humanity. This was not only a moment in history, it was a promise from God to the world that his love triumphs over evil, and salvation can only be found in Christ.
I call him too late. He's always too late. He's been too late. And Jerome Too Late Powell. So somebody gave me a bad reference on him. I put him in based on some guy that turned out to be not so hot. and we got a bad Fed guy, but he'll be out of there a few months, and we'll get somebody new. I guess, Scott, you have a long list of people that want it. If anybody has any suggestions, because we really do, we have, all the people that are being talked to. If you have a suggestion, just shout it out. Just shout it out. Mark, do you have a suggestion? Mark has some pretty good suggestions. He put me on the cover of Time magazine. That was a nice picture. Thank you very much for that. That was very good. It was a nice story, too. Thank you very much. I've been on the cover almost 50 times, but Mark, I can only use 17 of them. Meaning the rest of them aren't so good. 17 are great. This one was very good. This is going up. Now I have 18. Thank you very much. I'll see you in a little while. But we're doing semiconductors together, critical minerals, shipbuilding. We're starting shipbuilding together. And they're doing pretty well with shipbuilding. They're number 3. They're going to be coming over to the United States and building ships in some of the yards. We have some great yards. The United States was number 1 during World War II, number 1 in the world in shipbuilding by far. We would produce a ship a day. Can you believe it? A ship a day, freighters and this and that, but some big ones too, some great warships. And we just let that, our leadership, the person standing right where I am numerous years ago, a number of them, they just let it slip. And so we're going to be very heavy into the shipbuilding in a very pretty short period of time. It takes a while to get that one going, but to think that we were number 1 in the world, and now we basically don't make very many ships anymore. We do beautiful Coast Guard cutters. We do beautiful smaller ships like destroyers, etc. But we don't really do what we should be doing. And we will be doing that pretty soon. But the deals.
Everybody
you, ask what you can do for your country.
The courage to say to our enemies, there is a price we will not pay, there is a point beyond which they must not advance.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall. We choose to go to the moon.
That life is so dear and peace so sweet as to be purchased at the price of chains and slavery.
God bless you, Patriots. What a beautiful Tuesday night. It's good to see you all here. Welcome to Patriot News Broadcasting. October's almost over. Good to see you guys and gals. I love you all. You know, there's a lot of stuff hitting the media now, the news, and the people on the other side are starting to ask questions. People of all ages. It's pretty cool to start seeing these videos where they're just starting to catch on, you know. There's something that caught their eye. Something's just not right about the left. They knew it. We knew it. We always knew it. But they're catching on. And it's great to see it, really. How's everybody doing tonight? What a day. And the White House is getting ready for Halloween. A nice clean Halloween, you know, and we, you know, I think it was last Halloween, we watched Juan's video about where Halloween actually comes from, and that video is still up, and it's on YouTube now, Juan O'Sullivan Presentations, if you ever want to see it and watch the truth about Halloween. Hey, Jedi, welcome. All the way from Norway. God bless you, brother. Good to see you all. It is officially Q Day. Q Day.
Let's go. Yeah. For those of you that want to know what we're all about.
It's that day. Q Day. Q Anniversary Day. I seen a video earlier about Q-tips. You know, It said Q-tips were about being able to put makeup on babies and powders and stuff without hurting them. They were never supposed to go in your ears. Did you know that? Isn't that wild? Looking at Q Day, there's that first post back to the beginning, right? The Deltas, Hillary Clinton time. It's all nearing and it's all connecting, you know, and Trump's abroad, just like the posts say. Everything's kind of in place. Are we all holding our breaths? I think we are. Trump looks fierce right there, doesn't he? He's ready to finish this. Let's take a look at some things, and we'll get in all the wild news today, the twists, the ups and downs, the wild things. CIA bloodlines, Obama, Harris, and the synthetic puppets of global control. This was never politics. This was programming. Barack Obama was not elected. He was engineered, a CIA-bred psychological operation in a tailored suit. Kamala Harris, a synthetic creation from the same covert laboratory. These weren't politicians. They were weapons, groomed, activated, and inserted to destroy America from within. Reminds me a lot of this book here, The 7 Clones of Barack Obama. I'll show you this in a minute. Barry Soetoro, born in Mombasa, Kenya, was the CIA's ultimate MKUltra experiment, and I know you guys know a lot of this. His rise was not organic, it was orchestrated. Handlers, psyops, brotherhood money, Muslim Brotherhood, and a forged identity paved the way. He wasn't raised, he was programmed. His stepfather, Lolo Soetoro, wasn't just an Indonesian bureaucrat, he was a CIA enforcer embedded in the military regime. Trained in psychological warfare, he conditioned Obama like an asset, not a son. This was not family, this was protocol. And the Dunham bloodline was a covert dynasty. And I know, again, you've heard Juan talk about all this over and over and over again. Stanley Ann Dunham, Barack's mother, was a radical globalist ideologue, not a loving anthropologist, funded by CIA fronts. You know, some people seem to make the same accusation about Charlie Kirk's wife at this point. The stories are getting wild there. We'll look at some of it. Kamala Harris was never real. Her mother was tied to Canadian MKUltra research. Kamala's identity? Fabricated, scripted, installed. Lawfare, identity, politics, and scripted success gave her a false crown. She's not a leader. She's a test model. This is generational infiltration, synthetic bloodlines, forged in the shadows, CIA front companies, global syndicates, deep state DNA disguised as politics. Bloodlines, important. They always talked about the bloodlines. They've been talking about the bloodlines again. The book, The 7 Clones of Barack Obama, and that's by Benza Magos. This is an interesting book. I don't know what to make of it, but it literally talks about them trying to create Obama out of this ancient DNA, Egyptian, Akhenaten stuff. It's interesting. It's an interesting book right there. Nothing like a good book, Patriots. I think LeVar Burton used to say that, right? Taking a look at some stories now. The hurricane, right? The U.S. Navy moved 1,000 non-essential personnel, family members, residents, and pets from Naval Station Guantanamo Bay ahead of Melissa, which is turning out to be one powerful storm at 185 mile per hour winds and pressure dropping to a record 892 millibars. It's a beast of a storm, but is there more to it? Some people are pointing some wild things out. We're going to look at all that. SG Anon point out some great things. Category 5, final approach, Jamaica. It's already hitting Jamaica, we know. Let's take a look at a couple of quick things, and we'll get into the deep part.
With Melissa churning around 900 non-essential personnel from Guantanamo Bay, Cuba traveled to NAS Pensacola over the weekend. WKRG News 5's Hannah O'Gara explains why the decision was made to evacuate to Northwest Florida.
Hundreds of families from Guantanamo Bay's naval station arrived at NAS Pensacola as a powerful hurricane churns through the Caribbean. NAS Pensacola is taking proactive steps to ensure the safety of its personnel and their loved ones as Hurricane Melissa approaches. Nearly 864 non-mission essential personnel, including family members, civilian employees, contractors, and even pets, arrived on Saturday. It's part of an evacuation effort ahead of Hurricane Melissa, one of the strongest storms of the 2025 season. Melissa is projected to hit Cuba early next week, threatening operations at Guantanamo Bay. NAS Pensacola Captain Chandra Newman says the safety and well-being of our Navy family is always a primary concern.
You know, wouldn't you want your families out of there too? God forbid some of the nastiest people on earth that are locked up there got loose during a storm. I don't think I'd want my family there either. Getting into some deeper things. SG Anon posted this. That's the patent for a hurricane machine. Sounds odd, doesn't it? Hurricane machine. Patent for it. Who would have thought? And he put up this too. Utah is now controlling the weather officially. Utah, huh? You never thought. The state just launched the world's largest remote-controlled cloud seeding program, pumping silver iodide into the sky to force more rain and snow. What started as a $200,000 experiment is now a staggering $16 million operation with drones and remote generators scattering chemicals over the mountains to fight drought. Officials say it's safe. They say it's for water. But now the same technology that changes the weather is being run by a handful of state officials, and nobody asked the public, and they're playing God. He also pointed out some much deeper things going on here. Somebody posted this back last year, the Caribbean International Tunnel Highway from Florida to Haiti. That's the focus of Hurricane Milton. It was used to traffic children from Latin America to the Caribbean to the U.S. Well, people are saying this hurricane might serve a whole similar purpose. And SG Anon pointed out these very specific labs in Jamaica. Take a look at this. Present in over 100 countries globally, Alpha Biolabs provides DNA genetic testing, drug and alcohol analysis, and health testing services. 2004, they were founded and are now present throughout Jamaica, delivering certified, extremely accurate range of diagnostic testing and services. You know, generally, if somebody randomly pointed something like this out, I might not give it a super glance, but coming from SG Anon, some of this is like, I don't know, he knows his stuff. Makes you wonder. This kind of stuff comes up every time. Well, not every time, but about every time we've had a storm this past year. Anyway, that thing goes on and on and on. And I think I mentioned it was breaking the pressure record. Elon Musk just launched Grokopedia. This is to take down Wikipedia. That's the entire purpose of it. Let's see what they're saying about it.
Elon Musk is once again making headlines, and this time, he's taking aim at one of the internet's most recognized platforms, Wikipedia. In a move that has stirred massive attention across tech circles, Musk has unveiled what he calls Grokopedia, an AI-driven alternative that aims to reinvent how we access and verify information online. But what exactly is Grokopedia? How does it differ from Wikipedia? And what could it mean for the future of online knowledge? Let's take a closer look at this new chapter in Musk's ever-growing digital empire. The story begins with Musk's long-standing criticism of Wikipedia. Over the years, he's expressed concerns about what he views as editorial bias and centralized control on the platform. Wikipedia, the free online encyclopedia used by billions, relies on volunteer editors to maintain and update its content. While it's built a reputation for being a go-to source for quick facts, Musk and others have argued that its structure can lead to one-sided narratives and inconsistencies. Enter Grokopedia. According to Musk, this new platform will be powered by xAI's large language model known as Grok, the same AI integrated into X, formerly known as Twitter. The goal of Grokopedia is to create a living, self-evolving information network that blends real-time data, verified sources, and conversational AI to generate what Musk calls truth-seeking knowledge. Instead of relying on human editors alone, Grokipedia will use AI to analyze vast amounts of information, compare multiple viewpoints, and produce a balanced summary in seconds. The platform promises to be faster, smarter, and more dynamic than traditional encyclopedias, continuously updating itself as new facts emerge.
It's sort of like what Grok does already. If you go on X and want to ask it something, it'll scan a lot of stuff. I mean, you can get it to do some cool things, but I assume he's talking about it putting together a site sort of like Wikipedia where it pulls facts from everywhere instead of letting people just sort of randomly edit the encyclopedia that everybody seems to use. This has been a big day. The oversight committees deeming Biden's executive actions null and void. President Biden exhibited significant mental and physical decline during his presidency, which was concealed by senior White House staff through limited public access, scripted interactions, and controlled appearances. His closest aides actively hid his decline from the public and Congress, gaslighting Americans by dismissing concerns after the June 2024 debate as a bad night or a cold. So even his doctor's getting investigated as a part of this, and this seriously could deem everything signed by the auto pen as bleh.
Nothing this incredible and insane has happened before. This was not something that the forefathers anticipated. It's unprecedented. There is no legal precedent because no previous president had an auto pen or had the audacity to have people signing things on their behalf when they didn't even know what was in it. And so we're in uncharted waters as a nation. As we say up here all the time, we're so tired of making history. I just want normal times, normal Congress again. But the Biden administration was unprecedented in so many ways, and the president was checked out of his job for quite some time, and everybody knows it. And there was a cover-up. The people around him who were they would give him scripts to follow. They would point him literally in the direction, stand here, sir, wave like this. And he didn't know what he was signing. So there's all sorts of just incredible implications. It sounds like a terrible novel or something, but this is reality. And so the pardons, for example, he pardoned categories of violent criminals and turned them loose on the streets. And he didn't even know what the categories were, apparently, much less the individual people that he pardoned. They're invalid on their face. I mean, I used to be a constitutional law litigator.
Oh boy. So you guys know that part. Check this out. I know you've seen the media do this before, but I wanted to show you how they're doing it, in real time.
And new this morning, a bombshell new escalation in the Republican investigation into President Biden's use of AutoPen.
And again.
A bombshell new escalation in the Republican investigation into President Biden's use of the AutoPen.
And together.
And new this morning, a bombshell new escalation in the Republican investigation into President Biden's use of the AutoPen. The House Oversight Committee has released a new report. They're now demanding that DOJ look into every action the former president took while in office.
Don't you love the script? That's how it works. They put the script in front of you. You read the script. Unless you do what I do here. Just make it up off the top of your head. No, but you get the point. You've seen them show you that before. That was today, talking about the auto pen. They were reading right from the script they were handed. I thought this was kind of funny. Not really politically related, but the dogs at the Chernobyl site are turning blue. I thought maybe they were becoming Democrats and like doing this dye job thing. Isn't this wild? Come on now. Blue dog Democrats. I don't know. That's wild. Never really heard of anything like that, but That's wildlife for you. Speaking of which, since Trump's been in Japan, they oddly have been talking about how bad their bear problem is in Japan. Even the bears are on the attack.
Japan's Akita governor calls for military aid in bear attack crisis. In a desperate plea for help, Governor Kenta Suzuki of Japan's Akita prefecture has appealed to the nation's defense minister, Shinjiro Koizumi.
We have to bring in the military. The bears are getting out of control. Don't hear that very often, do you? Okay. And of course, like I said, speaking of Japan, Trump was over there meeting with the first female prime minister. Not going to even try and pronounce her name. Signing agreements on strategic investments in, again, critical rare earth minerals. He also met with families of Japanese people abducted by North Koreans, a problem which I did not know existed. But let's look at a couple things.
It's a very strong handshake.
I have always had a great love of Japan and a great respect of Japan. And I will say that this will be a relationship that will be stronger than ever before. And I look forward to working with you. And on behalf of our country, I want to just let you know, anytime you have any question, any doubt, anything you want, any favors you need, anything I can do to help Japan, we will be there. We are an ally at the strongest level.
Huge allies with Japan. We really are. They've got a great sense of humor in Japan. They gave him this golf bag. Can't really see what it looks like there, but said it was a golf bag. Howard Lutnick and Trump announced the $490 billion deal. The investment deals with Japan, covering nuclear reactors, large-scale power equipment, as well as construction, engineering services, all kinds of great things.
J. Trump, accompanied by the United States Ambassador to Japan and the United States Secretary of Commerce.
I'm incredibly proud to announce that this evening we're going to be signing $490 billion of investment. So the commitments ensure the economic and national security of the United States of America. We're going to be developing energy. We're going to be developing nuclear, semiconductors, and strengthening the entire domestic supply chain. So I'd like to kick it off, right? And the first company I'd like to announce is...
They're doing all kinds of cool things, and it's not even just in Japan, the tech all over Asia.
The Energy Department is signing a $1 billion deal to construct multiple supercomputers that will be used to unlock scientific breakthroughs in issues such as nuclear power, national security, and cancer treatment. Energy Secretary Chris Wright announced the deal with tech giant Advanced Micro Devices to build 2 supercomputers.
Kind of cool, huh? They're doing cool things, keeping busy. I know, not your favorite stuff in the world, but we'll keep moving. The Department of Homeland Security announced Monday. Oh, you know what? Actually, I'm going to cover that in a little bit. So, Zelensky's urging Trump to pressure Xi Jinping to cut support to Russia. But guess what else came out about Mr. Zelensky today? He might be your neighbor if you live in Wyoming. In fact, he owns enough American land to make up an entire state.
A land deal of almost mythical scale has just closed in the heart of the American West. Devegra Ltd., a Cyprus-based company owned by Volodymyr Zelensky, has purchased the Pathfinder Ranches in Wyoming, a property so vast. It's bigger than the entire state of Rhode Island and over 4 times the size of New York City. At more than 916,000 acres, Pathfinder Ranches stretches across 4 Wyoming counties: Natrona, Carbon, Sweetwater, and Fremont. To put that in perspective, the fictional Dutton family's ranch in the hit TV series Yellowstone is said to span about 700,000 acres. Pathfinder Ranches is 20% larger. The seller, Salmons Enterprises, was represented by Swan Land Company based in Bozeman, Montana, with brokers Scott Williams and Michael Swan leading the transaction. The buyer, Devegra Limited, a company owned by Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, was represented by Hall & Hall, one of the nation's premier ranch brokerages.
What do you think he wants with a gigantic ranch larger than New York City or the state of Rhode Island in Wyoming? And how long does he think he would survive there? Can you see him riding around on a horse in Wyoming? I'll just leave that for you guys to simmer on. What do I got here? I think I'm actually going to cover that later too. Let's move to Texas here. Attorney General Ken Paxton suing big pharma manufacturers for deceptively marketing Tylenol to pregnant mothers despite knowing the dangers to unborn children. We'll start here.
Well, to the United States now, and the state of Texas has filed a lawsuit against the company Johnson & Johnson, which has sold Tylenol for decades, as well as Kenvue, which is the spin-off company that has sold the drug since 2023. The Republican Attorney General of Texas claims that the companies hid risks that the drug posed to the brain development of children. The lawsuit, of course, is the latest fallout from President Trump's claim last month that the use of Tylenol during pregnancy can cause autism.
So, you can't use Tylenol, but you can't really use Bayer aspirin either, if you remember this back when.
Welcome to the show. We appreciate you being on tonight.
Thanks for the invitation, Joe.
Okay, let's talk about the rat of the week. Why is Bayer Corporation the rat of the week?
Internal documents show that after this company positively, absolutely knew that they had a medication that was infected with the AIDS virus, they took the product off the market in the U.S. and then they dumped it in France, Europe, Asia, and Latin America. The medicine's called Factorate. It was an injection medicine that was used for hemophiliacs, mostly children who had been born with an incurable disease.
Hold on, Mike. So hold on. So you're telling me that Bayer knew that this drug was infected with the AIDS virus. They yanked it from the market in America, and then they dumped it in markets overseas?
They had to figure out a way, Joe, to make a profit on a product that they could not sell in America.
If that's not the best example of how little they care for you, Big Pharma, I don't know what is. But you already knew Bayer was not a good company, I'm sure. Which, actually, I remember my mom always saying, "Don't buy Bayer, don't get Bayer, get Tylenol." We carried out 3 more lethal strikes on 4 different vessels in the Eastern Pacific, killing 14 more people, with 1 survivor. Pete Hegseth announced that yesterday at the direction of President Trump. They carried out 3 lethal kinetic strikes on 4 vessels operated by designated terrorist organizations trafficking narcotics in the Eastern Pacific. Of course, they always put out these handy-dandy little videos, and they go boom.
Breaking news this morning, just before our show came on the air, we learned 4 more alleged drug boats were targeted yesterday by the U.S. military. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said a total of 14 so-called narco-terrorists were killed in the Eastern Pacific, with 1 known survivor. Joining me now from our D.C. bureau is CBS News senior national security correspondent Charlie D'Agata. So Charlie, what can you tell us about these new strikes?
Yeah, Vlad, as you said, it just broke this morning. Moments ago, we heard from Secretary Hegseth, and, he had said that this is going to be a daily occurrence. We have to point out where these strikes took place. He said 3 strikes, 4 vessels. That's important because you can see in that video there, 2 of them were hit with 1 strike. 14 individuals were killed. The survivor, there was a search and rescue that was scrambled largely with help from Mexican search and rescue teams, and we'll try to find out more about that.
Yeah, isn't that odd? Mexico sent out search and rescue for the survivor. I wonder why they wanted to get to the survivor before anyone else picked him up. Told you Mexicans been acting or Mexico's been acting a little bit shisty lately. I don't know. Something going on there. Scheinbaum's acting weird. Anyway, moving into some Venezuela stuff, a veteran U.S. law enforcement agent secretly tried to recruit Nicolas Maduro's personal pilot to join a plot to capture the Venezuelan leader and deliver him right into U.S. custody to face drug trafficking charges. I think we've been slightly getting word of this over the past few days.
The secret effort to recruit Nicolas Maduro's pilot to join a plot to bring the Venezuelan strongman to justice began in the Dominican Republic last year. A federal agent caught wind that Maduro's planes were being serviced in the Caribbean, and he sought permission from the Dominican authorities to approach the pilots for Maduro who were there to oversee the work. He made a pitch. He said to the pilot, "Look, you will be a very rich man, your family will be taken care of, and you'll have the adoration of millions of Venezuelans if you just cooperate and bring Maduro to a safe landing spot somewhere in the Caribbean where he can then be arrested by American authorities and brought to justice in the United States where he faces a $50 million reward." The plot ultimately did not succeed. The pilot either had no intention of ever cooperating or got cold feet. But it is incredibly relevant because now the U.S. has made no secret of its efforts to get rid of Maduro.
Nicolas Maduro is a brutal dictator, and I think this administration is interested in advancing democracy.
What do you think about that? They had mentioned stuff about a CIA plot over the past few days. No one quite knew what he was talking about. He also said this. They captured a CIA-backed mercenary group accused of plotting false flag operations in waters near Trinidad and Tobago. Check this story out.
Meanwhile, the U.S. military is upping the pressure on Venezuela, docking a U.S. warship in the country's own backyard. The USS Gravely, a guided missile destroyer, docked on the capital of Trinidad and Tobago yesterday. That's an island nation just off the Venezuelan coastline. Now, it's expected to stay there through Thursday for joint military exercises. Last week, the Pentagon deployed the world's largest aircraft carrier, the USS Gerald R. Ford, to the Caribbean. The U.S. continues to escalate its military presence in the area after carrying out multiple deadly strikes on boats suspected of drug trafficking. Meanwhile, President Donald Trump has accused Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, without proving evidence, of being the leader of the organized crime gang Tren de Aragua. At the same time, the Venezuelan government is accusing the U.S. of preparing to launch something called a false flag attack. CBS News senior national security correspondent Charlie D'Agata explains what led to the Venezuelan government to make that claim.
A false flag attack is when usually a intelligence organization, in this case they're blaming the CIA or accusing the CIA, would put together an...
What's a false flag? Something called a false flag attack? Like they've never heard that term before. This is some bad acting right there. False flag? What's that? Meanwhile, Brazil's doing its own form of cleanup. 18 suspects killed. It's gotten a lot higher, the death toll. In Rio de Janeiro, in an anti-drug operation. I think it's up to like 60 or something.
It will pass. It will pass. It will. It will. It.
I don't know what happened down there, but I say a lot of countries are doing a form of cleanup like Trump's doing, and we're going to look at more of that here in a bit. First, I want to look at the Israel-Hamas situation. Netanyahu ordered immediate powerful strikes on Gaza, saying that they have violated the agreement. Conveniently, Benjamin Netanyahu's corruption trial ended early today because of those security developments, if you call them that. all that was happening is that they're trying to get bodies, and they're saying they're not returning the bodies of these hostages quick enough. So let's take a look at a few things here.
In the last month, we have witnessed ridiculous claims regarding the relations between the United States and Israel. But I want to make one thing clear. Our security policy is in Israel's hands. We are not willing to tolerate attacks against us, as we did just yesterday in the Gaza Strip. We do not seek anyone's approval for this. We control our security.
We'll open the weekly government meeting here in Jerusalem, our united capital. Mr. Prime Minister, please.
Thank you. In the last month, we have witnessed ridiculous claims regarding the...
People are saying that what Netanyahu's doing is all being directed to him by Trump, of course. Trump had a few things to say.
President Trump closely monitors Hamas, demanding the release of Israeli hostage bodies within 48 hours under the Gaza ceasefire deal. Failure to comply could result in consequences from peace mediators, according to Trump's warning. The U.S. brokered agreement, which had
peace mediators, it's a little different than powerful strikes. Just saying.
Has been in effect since October 10th, mandates Hamas to return all bodies. However, 13 bodies remain withheld, causing ongoing tension. Egypt has dispatched a team with excavators to aid in the search efforts. On the same day, Israel conducted an airstrike in Nuseirat, specifically targeting an Islamic Jihad militant.
There are other countries there with excavators helping Hamas try and find these bodies. They're digging up tunnels under Khan Yunis. And, it's hard to know what to say about it.
Breaking news at this hour, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is ordering immediate and powerful strikes on Gaza after the Israeli military says Hamas violated its ceasefire. Let's get right to our chief foreign correspondent, Trey.
I just don't know how they consider that a violation if they're, actively working on it.
Headlines. This morning, the Red Cross has received the body of another hostage from Hamas. Israeli officials say the coffin was handed over from northern Gaza and is now being transferred to Israeli troops.
And I believe they said that body that was transferred overnight wasn't a hostage. I don't know. They've said that before. Here's an interesting thing they're saying Trump might do.
I'm here inside Gaza. I came here with the Israeli military. I'm standing next to what's called the yellow line, the dividing line between the area controlled by Hamas and the Israeli military. You can't actually see the yellow line here. The Israeli military is currently in the process of laying down large cement blocks every few hundred yards or so that will designate this line, but that process hasn't yet happened here. So the line is understood basically where the complete devastation ends and the places that are still largely intact begin. I'm standing at a point here in northern Gaza where senior U.S. officials Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff came to look at what could happen in the days following the ceasefire.
There are considerations being happening now in the area that the IDF controls, as long as that can be secured, to start the construction as a new Gaza in order to give the Palestinians living in Gaza a place to go, a place to get jobs, a place to live. So that's one of the many things being considered.
It's not clear whether civilians who move to this part of Gaza will be able to move back and forth freely. How will the IDF or international security forces be able to vet who moves between the two areas? But for now, there are still very few details understood about this plan. If Hamas hasn't disarmed, then all the major players, the major Gulf countries like Saudi Arabia and the UAE and Qatar are saying they won't put money into Gaza because potentially the war could begin and everything that is rebuilt could be destroyed again. With the current complications surrounding reconstruction, Palestinians who have been living through 2 years of war will now find themselves with a very difficult question. Do they want to try to wait for those areas they used to live in to be reconstructed, or do they want to try and find some kind of other temporary housing, if there will be temporary housing for them to live in? Many of them have lost their homes, and many of them are thinking about what they're going to be doing in the future. And
the rumor was Trump was talking about doing some kind of further divide, a yellow line, something. I don't know if it would help or not. Candace Owens, man, I think she's seriously going through something pretty deep, not handling it well. She showed a video of one of Charlie Kirk's close friends. I think I put that in the intro. Terrell Farnsworth, the man who took down the camera moments after his death, prematurely announcing his death, and says she's declaring war against Turning Point USA. Gets a little more interesting, but let's start here.
But this second close friend of Charlie chose to run just a few yards away up to a grassy knoll to take out his phone. A couple of seconds later, he takes out his phone and he begins recording himself. It's a selfie video. Takes a video of himself. So let's watch that video.
They just shot Charlie. They just shot Charlie. They just shot Charlie. They just shot Charlie. He's dead. God help him.
That's the first time it was announced, actually, that Charlie Kirk was dead. It's kind of weird. Go ahead, catch your breath, hit rewind, watch it again, watch it over and over again like I did, because
I could see how that would be irritating, but the text messages she released between the two get a little weirder. This is a conversation she had with Charlie days before his death. He said, "You're going to be the Iron Lady of America. I see it so clearly. I might be Moses, though. I might not see this whole thing through. LMAO. If that is the case, be my David." And Candace says, "Dude, you don't even realize your power yet." And Charlie says, "If I tell you the true prophecy I know in my gut, it's really sad, but I hope it's wrong. Anyway, I'm not sure if I will live to see the end of this revolution. I believe you were the peace God meant me to meet that will finish the fight. Since the beginning of Turning Point USA, I knew in my gut that I might get wiped out at any time. I cannot explain it, but I dream about it all the time, like all the time. Anyway, that's depressing. Convo for another time. LMAO. Candace says, "That is so weird. More a fear manifestation than an actualization." And Charlie says, "Not really afraid of it, but I'm just telling you what I know to be true." So did Charlie continuously have dreams about his death? I don't know. Let's listen to Candace.
Because Charlie sensed that something big was about to happen. And I think that is what the something big was. I also want to say, obviously, I am not making up these messages, okay? Turning Point. Actually, Mikey McCoy has access to all of Charlie Kirk's messages. They can tell you that these ones are real. Here's what he wrote. We were again talking about Kanye. Charlie wrote to me, "You're going to be the Iron Lady of America." He had such a political vision for me. I never wanted that sort of a thing. I see it so freaking clearly. I might be Moses, though. I might not see this whole thing through. LMAO. If that is the case, be my David. I said, "Dude, you haven't even realized your power yet. You're so young," was what I was thinking. He said, "If I tell you the true prophecy that I know in my gut, it's really sad, but I hope it's wrong." He went on to say, "Anyway, I am not sure if I will live to see the end of this revolution. I believe you were the peace that God meant me to meet that will finish the fight. Since the beginning of TPUSA, I knew in my gut that I might get wiped out at any time. I cannot explain it, but I dream about it all the time, like all the time. Anyway, that's depressing combo for another time, LMAO. I said, "That's weird, more of a fear manifestation than an actualization." He said, "I'm not really afraid of it, but I'm just telling you what I know to be true." And he told me that. I don't know why. Charlie knew he was going to die young. And I don't know. I just felt like I needed to share that because it is in part why the moment that Charlie got shot, I just knew he was betrayed spiritually. In the same way that Charlie knew that he was going to die young, I knew that this was a part of something bigger. And so I wanted to say to you guys, to the people that betrayed Charlie, I would recommend that you come clean, okay? I would recommend that you come clean because Charlie said some other things. And I look at these things now and I think, wow, it's almost prophetic, right? It's almost prophecy. And I can tell you that this is a story that will have a happy ending, a tragedy that will have a happy ending. The world is going to learn the truth about this. They are. I would recommend that you come clean. There are lines in the sand that are being drawn right now between good and evil. Many of you have picked the evil side. To you, podcasters, people that make videos, people that are taking money to tell people don't look over there. I would recommend you stop doing that. You don't have to listen to me. You probably won't listen to me. And to people that betrayed Charlie, you probably won't come clean. Likely because you're scared now.
I want to show you a couple of things to go with that really fast. Two things. One, the Q post I kept pointing out. Fake MAGA supporters, bandwagon shills, paid shills, intel infiltration, mainstream media infiltration, Twitter bot attacks, all activated, full attack mode. You know, just to give you a little bit of reality of that. And then I came across this video today, and I don't exactly know what it means.
Charlie Kirk's wife, Erica Kirk, visited 6 countries in just 7 days, and every single trip was to see a different man. It started on a Monday in Miami. By Tuesday morning, she was in Cancun, not on the beach, but in a $12 million oceanfront villa with lover number 1. That same night, she flew to Las Vegas, a $60,000 a night sky suite on the Strip. Lover number 2, no paparazzi, no questions. Wednesday, Ibiza. Erica wasn't there for the clubs. She was drinking champagne with lover number 3, a European billionaire, inside his hillside estate. Thursday, Dubai. Lover number 4, a sheikh who wired $300,000 just for her visit. No cameras, only whispers. Friday, London. Her final stop. Lover number 5, the one who believed he was the only man, and the one who secretly paid for every other trip. 5 men, 5 countries, 6 flights, 7 days. Now the world wants to know, was Erica Kirk running the game, or was the game running her?
It's an odd video, huh? And I assume that was back when she met Charlie. Not something that just recently happened, but you think there's more to her? I don't even know what to say about that. I do want to look at something else. People keep talking about the comet, the not comet, and Nino posted this. Atlas appears to be reversing thrust and slowing down as it moves around the sun for a gravitational assist. Greatest anomaly in human history, or the greatest hoax. I don't know what to think. They're saying it just put on its own brakes. I'll show you a small clip.
Right now, somewhere between Mars and the sun, a Manhattan-sized object from another star system is doing something that has never been documented before in human history. It's growing a tail. And according to one Harvard scientist, this tail might be evidence of controlled maneuvering. 3I Atlas, the third confirmed interstellar visitor to our solar system, has just entered a phase that could rewrite everything we thought we knew about these cosmic wanderers.
Yeah, it's getting brighter, it's slowing down, it's doing all kinds of weird things, but I don't know what to make of it. It could just be one big distraction, right? You know what I mean? Jasmine Crockett failed to disclose ownership in at least 25 companies, including major pharmaceuticals, fossil fuels, and marijuana firms during her first congressional run in 2022 and again after taking office in 2023. Think that might come back to bite her? It's coming around the corner. This is pretty wild. This is from SG Anon. Seattle Democrats have been hiring illegals as correction officers in their jails and are now refusing to fire them after being exposed. The Attorney General's office is trying to challenge a state law that prevents them from hiring these folks as correctional officers. Listen to the video.
A county jail in Seattle admits to hiring illegally more than 36 non-citizens as corrections officers. Have the illegals been fired?
No. In fact, they are actively saying they're not going to fire them. What they're doing is they're keeping them on the job, and what I'm told is behind the scenes, they're working with the Attorney General's office to try to challenge a state law that prevents them from hiring these folks as corrections officers. And I just want everyone to note the irony of a jail that has bad guys in those cells for breaking laws. Meanwhile, the actual King County Jail is saying, oh no, we're knowingly breaking state law. We're going to do it anyway because we don't like the law. What message does that send?
It sends the message that the authorities just they can't stand Trump. They can't stand anything that he does.
Yeah, well, it's not working out so well in their favor. They're screwing up so bad that in California, they accidentally released a guy that they weren't supposed to release, and now there's a giant manhunt in Seattle.
A California jail has mistakenly released this prisoner accused of murder here in Washington. It's unclear why 20-year-old Isaiah Andrews was let go, and tonight he's still missing. KOMO's Jackie Kent has been looking into this. She's live tonight in Seattle with reaction from Seattle Police Chief Sean Barnes. Jackie?
And Preston, there are unanswered questions about this case, including why release him when he was waiting to be extradited back here to Washington. Also, where could he be now? Because we are just now learning he walked free 5 days ago. And tonight I checked with the Contra Costa Sheriff's.
5 days ago, we're just hearing about it. Isn't that ridiculous? The killer on the loose. We'll let you know when we get around to it. That's insane. Tulsi Gabbard dropped a political nuclear bomb. Director of National Intelligence confirmed what the deep state never wanted you to know. Russia wasn't the only one sitting on explosive secrets. Barack Obama knew Hillary Clinton was mentally unfit for office and said nothing. The original Intel reports described Clinton's intensified psycho-emotional problems, uncontrolled fits of anger, and heavy tranquilizers. I think we've heard that once before, but you're learning the truth of the stuff they hide, and it's going to come back on all of them, including the doctors that lied on their behalf. Meanwhile, Amazon is continuing its downsizing, getting ready to lay off about 14,000 people.
Got breaking news this morning. Massive job cuts at Amazon. Overnight, the company announcing it'll eliminate approximately 14,000 roles. This is the largest corporate layoff of the year, one of the largest in Amazon's history. NBC senior business correspondent Christine Romans joins us now. Christine, this may be preview of coming attractions. The AI boom is real, and it's meaning a lot of jobs are going away.
It really is, and this is 14,000 at Amazon.
Got to replace them by robots. I don't know. I'll show you some interesting stuff. I don't know. The Snap argument's getting interesting because people just aren't getting it. Like this, let me show you this girl here. You can see where she's totally wrong about this.
I heard at school today that the government shutting down is all the Democrats' fault. So I decided to look into it. Here's what I found. Sources in the caption. Okay, so right now, the Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the presidency. That means they basically hold the purse strings when it comes to government funding. But here's the twist. Democrats are refusing to just pass a plain funding bill because it doesn't protect health care. If the Affordable Care Act subsidies expire, people's insurance premiums could go up by more than 75%. And the congressional office even warned that up to 4 million people could lose their health insurance in the next decade if these subsidies aren't extended.
So again, the same issue, Medicaid, SNAP, 95% of the people on either of these are illegals from God knows where. What if Trump turned these systems off and then turned them back on to only American citizens? You know, you could actually fix the problem, and I don't know. I wonder if that's where it's going, but I don't know. You shouldn't be listening to advice from people who probably weren't even alive when the Affordable Care Act came out. SG Ananda also posted this. It'll be 96 years tomorrow. Any of you know what the anniversary is tomorrow? The 96-year anniversary. It is the Wall Street crash of 1929. Like, I don't know. They're talking about this in connection with the Black Swan event. Could it be? I don't know. Is the timing weird? I don't know. I'm just pointing it out, honestly. Were any of you alive back then? Kidding. Some of you might be. Judge warns a Border Patrol leader, this is from Chicago, that using tear gas appears to violate a court order. This guy's gotten himself in some shit. And that was where I wanted to mention that the Department of Homeland Security announced yesterday that 1.6 million people who were in the U.S. illegally self-deported. Another 500,000 have been deported. Let's look at what's going on with this guy.
The controversial video is now at the center of a federal hearing. This is it. U.S. Customs and Border Patrol Commander Gregory Bovino tossed what appeared to be a tear gas canister into a Chicago crowd of protesters. So he's now been ordered to testify in federal court. This is happening in Chicago tomorrow. He'll also answer questions about federal agents accused of violating a judge's order and deploying tear gas in a Chicago neighborhood over the weekend.
So tomorrow is today. Let's see what the judge did.
It was, Marie, this was possibly the biggest change that Judge Ellis could issue. Greg Bovino, Commander Gregory Bovino, now asked to report to the judge to report in person every single day at 6 p.m. between now and November 5th. That's the next court date. She wants him to tell her all about what he and his agents are doing on a daily basis.
Hey guys.
Protesters. Is that not a load of bullshit? He has to go to her office every evening and explain what he did that day because of the tear gas canister. I would put up a fight on that one. That's ridiculous. Trump and Xi Jinping to discuss lowering China tariffs for a crackdown on fentanyl. This is how Trump works. This is amazing dealing right here.
The world is watching as US President Donald Trump and Chinese leader Xi Jinping prepare for a pivotal meeting that could reshape global trade dynamics. The question on everyone's mind, will the US ease its tariffs on China in exchange for a crackdown on fentanyl chemicals? According to the Wall Street Journal, this is the proposal on the table.
He knows how much they want to get rid of those huge tariffs. He wants to put a stop to the fentanyl. It's a great way to bargain. It's a bargaining chip. So I seen this post out, and I don't know exactly what they're referring to, but I'm assuming it's retaliating against Trinidad and Tobago and not the U.S. because he's cutting off their oil now.
Faced with the Prime Minister's threat to turn Trinidad and Tobago into the aircraft carrier of the U.S. empire, against Venezuela, against South America, there is only one alternative. I have approved the precautionary measure of immediately suspending all energy agreements and everything agreed upon in this area. It is a precautionary measure that I have the power to take as president, and I have already approved and signed it.
We are responsibly proposing to the president, Nicolas Maduro, to denounce it immediately and enter into suspension.
This guy looks weaker every day, honestly. I'm just going to cut off your oil. Yeah, and somebody's going to turn you over and we're going to capture you, drag your ass back to the United States, and we're going to put you on trial. Any U.S. citizens in Mali have been warned to leave the country immediately.
Next, the situation in the Sahel region of Africa. France, of course, was ordered to pull its troops out. They've been engaged in an anti-jihadist operation called Operation Barkhane, and this marked an end of France's long-standing relationship with the Sahel states that had once been under French colonial rule. Experts at the time speculated about Russian interference, since seen to have been a fact, and the risk of jihadism rising once again.
They're getting rid of terrorism all over the world. Anti-jihadist actions in Mali. They want Americans out of the way. The French want their people out of the way. At least they're doing something. SG Anon posted about the SNAP crisis coming. The number one thing that artificially inflates the price of groceries is the food stamp program. The federal government is subsidizing groceries for 40 million people, which obviously drives up the cost. That's why the increase in the cost of groceries tracks exactly with the increase in the number of people on food stamps. So as a functional, contributing, working American, you're getting scammed twice. Once when the government steals from your paycheck and gives it to recipients, and again when you go to the grocery store. You're paying twice so that obese people can buy Doritos. Yeah, you know, a lot of states are implementing work requirements now, and I think it's around 20 hours, which isn't bad at all. You work 20 hours, you get to eat for the month. They can make programs like that, but they do need to get rid of the 95% of people using it, which are illegals. A lot of states, though, are figuring out ways to keep the programs going. California, Arkansas, Hawaii, Indiana, Mississippi, New Jersey, Virginia, Illinois is suing, apparently. White House grandpa says you should avoid going to the grocery stores on November 1st and early November if you can. There's a growing online chatter about food stamp SNAP recipients planning to loot and burglarize and even torch stores. Don't get caught in the crossfire. Yeah, it's all part of the plan, isn't it? You stir up a little chaos.
The government shutdown. It is not just federal workers feeling the crunch of the government shutdown. So are everyday Americans. The food assistance program known as SNAP, those benefits are not going out this week because they are out of money. According to the recent state records we checked, about 3.5 million Texans, they do receive SNAP benefits. That includes 1.7 million children. This accounts for about 1 out of every 8 Texans. Our Jack Fink speaking with people who...
Which is pretty wild when 1 out of 8 people in the country are on SNAP, and 1 out of 8 of them live in Texas. Probably tells you something about the illegals getting the benefits. Suspect killed a deputy and then led police on a wild motorcycle chase in San Bernardino County.
Last night, officers outside Los Angeles lining the streets, honoring a sheriff's deputy killed in the line of duty. Deputy Andrew Nunez was among the law enforcement responding to a domestic violence call in San Bernardino County. Deputies were fired upon as they arrived, and Nunez was shot in the head. As he was rushed to the hospital, the suspect racing away on a motorcycle.
The suspect left the area on a motorcycle and subsequently was pursued by our deputy sheriffs with aerial support overhead.
The suspect speeding down the freeway, hitting 100 miles an hour, then 130, eventually reaching nearly 150 miles an hour as he weaved through traffic. An officer on a motorcycle managed to get close to him, but the suspect cranking the throttle to race away. Moments later, he's seen here pulling out a gun. He seems to chamber a bullet, all without touching the handlebars. Less than a minute later, a car driven by an off-duty officer pulls into his lane and hits him, launching the suspect and the motorcycle into the air.
An off-duty deputy sheriff who put himself on duty.
Wow, that was wild. Didn't see that coming. Would have been a little more interesting to see it happen at 150 miles an hour than whatever he was going right there. But damn, I think they had about had enough of him, and he was getting ready to shoot at somebody. The media is all over Trump ever since the MRI thing, trying to make you think that he's unhealthy and he's in distress. And they used this video today when he was with the Japanese Prime Minister. Because of that right there, they say, oh, look, he doesn't know what he's doing. He's just wandering around. He's that. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, they're after him bad over that one. Look at him walk down the stairs. He's so fragile. Courts are trying to say that Trump's indefinitely barred from firing any federal workers during the shutdown. This fight's been going on ever since the shutdown has been.
We have some big news right now. A federal judge says that she will be blocking all of Donald Trump's layoffs during a government shutdown of federal workers. Previously, there was a 2-week kind of temporary restraining order. Now she plans on granting a preliminary injunction, which would block almost indefinitely the Trump administration from conducting these mass firings of federal workers. The government shutdown is now...
And he'll do it anyway. Moving forward with our news, like I said, other countries cleaning up, having revolutions, same thing. Cameroon, they're having disputed election issues. I wonder if they're getting to have real elections for the first time.
It's another day of angry protests and tension in Douala in Cameroon. The country had awaited the results of the presidential election that took place 2 weeks ago with bated breath. But when the results announced an 8th mandate for President Paul Biya, the city, like many others, erupted into protests. Young people in Douala barricaded all the main streets of the city, and fires could be seen breaking out on key streets of the economic capital of Cameroon.
Is that Seattle? Portland? Oh, no, wait, that's Africa, right? Yeah, no, people are fed up all over the world. They've had enough. Taking their countries back. So India signed an aircraft deal with a Russian firm today, and I assume it's in response to this new big joint deal between the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. It's just another one of those deals where anyone bothers you, they bother us too type of thing. And I think India might feel a little insecure over it. Rumor is the Indian president did not go and meet face-to-face with Trump when he had the opportunity.
HAL, Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, has now signed an MOU with Russia's United Aircraft Corporation to produce the SJ-100 civil commuter aircraft in India. The agreement has been signed in Moscow. Let me go across to my colleague Akash, who's joining.
It's a civilian commuter aircraft. They seem really excited about it. Not sure. OpenAI says 1 million ChatGPT users talk about suicide. Isn't that sad?
This is TechCrunch. OpenAI says over 1 million people talk to ChatGPT about suicide weekly. My name is Imran Sheikh, and your Tuesday Daily Crunch.
Weekly. It's sad. Something we got to work on this country. It's going to work itself out as things start to fix itself. As Trump fixes it, more likely. A truck hauling monkeys infected with hepatitis C, herpes, and COVID overturned on a highway in Mississippi with one monkey still on the loose. All right, then. Should I ask how the monkey got herpes? Probably should.
We have monkeys on the loose. Guys, we have breaking news where a truck carrying monkeys from Tulane University was involved in an accident on Interstate 59 near mile marker 117 in Jasper County, Mississippi.
Law enforcement with guns here where we are. And there's a reason for that. I'm going to back up here. Let me show you the wreck, and then I'm going to show you the monkeys that we have here. And again, these monkeys could be dangerous, and that's why I'm not staying too far from my vehicle in case we have to get back in. These possibly, what's the word I'm being told here? They could have diseases, is what we're being told. So I'm going to show you the truck. Here's the truck where the accident is. Now here's one of the monkeys right here. Let's zoom in on this so you can see this. There's one sitting right there. I've seen 4 to 5 climbing around inside the back of the trailer, but there he sits.
Sorry. I wonder which one's still on the loose. One with COVID, herpes, or hepatitis C. And how the hell did they get these diseases? They're saying these monkeys just already have these diseases, or are these like lab monkeys? If you're going to transport diseased monkeys, you better learn how to drive. Was it an illegal driver? Now they're weaponizing semis carrying monkeys. North Korea conducted a cruise missile test the day before Trump visited South Korea. Sounds just like that movie.
The Korean peninsula is on edge. Again, North Korea has flexed its muscles with a bold new missile test, firing what it calls a cutting-edge hypersonic weapon. Aman Kumar Himanshu has more.
Can't you guys see the standoff is coming? It's coming soon. It's on its way. Maybe this weekend. I don't know. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation is now being investigated for funneling millions of dollars in a Chinese PLA front, violating IRS rules funding foreign governments. Is that the Palestinian group or whatever? Or am I thinking of something else? Is that the PLO? PLO, PLA, PTD, TDS. Queensland has reinstated puberty blocker ban hours after the state's top court overturned it. Despite a court ruling overturning the ban, Queensland's health minister has issued a new directive blocking puberty blockers for transgender youth. And SG writes, Satan is going after the kids worldwide. Yeah, at least there's people fighting for him, though. Australia's got the right idea. Russia exposes possible U.S. soldiers fighting in Ukraine. Why? Because some Russian troops said that they claimed they heard soldiers on the battlefield talking in foreign languages, including English. Uh-oh. You know, just because there's people on the field talking in English doesn't mean they're from the United States, but they do say France has some soldiers over there, I think. Macron can't keep anything a secret. We already know his wife's a man. He couldn't keep that hidden. Here's what Trump had to say about it all, and you kind of saw some of this in the intro.
President Trump says he hopes China can help end the Russia-Ukraine war ahead of his meeting with Xi Jinping this week. But Trump also says he is assessing the Russian threat after President Vladimir Putin and his top general claim they successfully tested a nuclear-powered cruise missile.
They're not playing games with us. We're not playing games with them either. We test missiles all the time, and I don't think it's an appropriate thing for Putin to be saying either, by the way. You ought to get the war ended A war that should have taken 1 week is now in its soon 4th year.
You know, more spicing things up. Terry Rozier's attorney maintains his innocence and says that our government is making deals with the devil for cooperation. I think he's got that backwards.
Now to this. Last week, the NBA was rocked by a massive sports gambling scandal. Suspects are accused of rigging bets and setting up illegal poker games. And now the Senate is seeking more information from NBA Commissioner Adam Silver. This all happening months after former NBA star Gilbert Arenas was arrested on similar charges. After his indictment in July, Arenas said, "I'm snitching." Here's how he reacted to the news last week.
This ain't info. Information. Got a lot of information.
All right, now Arenas is denying that he switched or snitched. Now that, as we're learning more about how Terry Rozier's alleged role in all this played out. According to prosecutors, he told his longtime friend that he would bench himself early due to injury back in 2023. And that friend then sold the information to other bettors.
You know, there's rumor that the NFL's coming next. I don't know. I know that one sports guy, what's his name, Steven Smith. He's trying to make it sound like this is all an angry Trump trying to get back at everybody. It's never their fault. Like they weren't doing something illegal. Democrats are reacting differently now that they know Trump's been cleared in the Epstein case, even though some of them still write on social media, release the files. I can't quite tell this guy's take. It's a little bit odd.
Now, call me old-fashioned, but I miss the simpler days from my youth when you didn't have to determine who's a Nazi, who's just joking about being a Nazi, who's an idiot that doesn't realize they look like a Nazi, and who's being pranked into looking like a Nazi.
I think that's the TDS talking. But, you know, the TDS is getting better. Like I said, you're seeing more and more people from the left. They're getting curious about this stuff. They're starting to ask questions. They're seeing it on the news. They're seeing, like the people in Chicago, they're starting to be like, well, it's nice having a clean city. What were we all like arguing about this for? You know what I'm saying? So I've got some cool things we're going to look at now that I believe we're done with the news. Let me see if I missed anything like I usually have to do. I like to check. Actually, I don't think I did. I think I covered everything really well. So let's see what we got on the agenda for tonight. We got some cool things we're going to look at. I just got to decide what order we're going to watch them in. I got to tell you, that video from inside the hurricane was pretty awesome. I think I had that in the intro. Is that not wild? That's a cool video. Anyway, moving forward here. Let me see what I got for us tonight. I wanted to introduce a couple different channels that are, one of them's on YouTube. It's sharing a very good Juan video that's important to see, that sort of levels out some of the people we're fighting against. And then there was a video of an interview with Derek Johnson on a channel that I never had on here before. I thought you guys might enjoy. Let me see if I can find it. There we go. The question is, do we start with Juan? Do we start with Derek? I also wanted to look at a small video from Captain Kyle, but I'll let you guys pick. Juan or Derek? Where would you like to begin tonight? I do like to introduce new channels. So many great Patriot channels on YouTube now. I love it. I flip through YouTube now and I see great Patriot content again. So awesome. I thought it would never happen. Well, come on, guys. Throw something out. Throw something out. I'm waiting for you. I'm looking to the chat. All right. You got it, Shanna. You win.
That's what we're going after, both enemies within and without the United States of America, and those that have sworn an oath to protect against enemies, foreign and domestic. We're going after that. And as people of faith, we need to support this effort because your freedom to worship God and serve God and enjoy the fruits of your own labors is what's at stake. The same people that wanted to control the world through their bloodlines, from pharaohs all the way to this modern moment with the 13 families, bloodline families, who claim, by the way, that they're descendants of Cain. That's why they're the Cains or the kings of the earth by blood, the children of Lucifer, Satan, the devil. Okay. And by the way, in the center of the book Morals and Dogma, which is considered like the Bible within the Masonic community, right there in the dead center, first off, he wrote the book in green ink in honor of the
Green Man?
The Green Man, this spirit that dictated this to him. Why green? Satan hid amongst the green leaves of the garden. And before he enticed Eve, beguiled her, which has sexual innuendo. Within those groups, they believe that the true father of Cain wasn't Adam, it was Satan, the devil, Lucifer, the green man, goes by 1,000 names. At the center of the book, Morals and Dogma, Albert Pike says to all those practicing Masonry, let there be no misunderstanding. The God whom we serve is Lucifer. Mm-hmm. So if you're within those communities, then you're serving Lucifer. It's a Luciferian practice. And if you look at all of the symbology around Washington, D.C., which is, designed by an architect who was Mason, and the symbology, etc., it goes back to Osiris. The Washington Monument is the penis of Osiris. There's a whole story there. I've given it over and over again to the public. But they believe that they need to control the people of America. And even within much of the work that's gone on over the last couple hundred years of our country, America is in many ways a captured operation. It is not what the Pilgrims envisioned. And the first great revival in America is reportedly this Finney revival, where he also went and spoke with many of the founding fathers that were there at the creation of the Constitution and the early fight in the country in the Revolution, not the Civil War, and where they repented of their Masonic ties, understood that it was not what they had been sold as being all godly and good, and then turned a different direction. We've been under a similar attack all along, and there is even to the Civil War strong ties to a Masonic effort tied in with the banking effort. Well, the thing about this worship of Osiris that's at the center of the Masonic religion. That's why they have this thing. Say the story again. Osiris and his brother Set were twins, and it's a reversal of the Cain and Abel story. And in this story of Set and Osiris, Set was supposed to be a very good, kindly god who was nice to the humans. Osiris was the most evil of the gods and was very harmful and hurtful to the humans and had no regard for them. So at a certain point, Set killed his brother Osiris and chopped him into 14 pieces. And then he scattered the pieces over the whole world because, being a god, Osiris could come back together and live anyway, was kind of the whole theme. So Set spread the pieces over the world. Osiris and Set's mother, Isis, you hear these names all over again, she found out about this and then rushed out across the world, being a goddess, and found 13 of the 14 pieces of his body. And she brought them together, assembled them together, tied them together, but she couldn't find his penis. It had been supposedly eaten by a fish. Well, I don't know why she couldn't find the fish. Maybe the fish had shielding or something, who knows. But she couldn't find it. So she quickly fashioned a artificial penis of stone and attached it to his corpse. And then the mother had sex with the son, Osiris, with his dead corpse, and supposedly became pregnant. Of course, she's a goddess. I guess this stuff happens. And that child was Horus. And Horus, in the way that their religion is the sun itself. They literally are sun worshipers. And they make all of their monuments to show the time of day and movements of the sun in the sky. And if you go into the Bible, when Ezekiel was caught up in the spirit to look in on what was going on inside behind the wall at the temple, what he saw was that the priests were turning their ass to the throne of God, the seat of God, and were bowing to the rising sun. And that was Horus. They had become worshipers in this ancient cult going all the way back to Babylon. And inside the temple grounds were these monuments to Osiris, the tower god, the pillar god. What were they? They were these obelisks, just like we see as the Washington Monument. So behind the curtain, they were Osiris worshipers, very similar to what you have in modern day with the Masonic religion having these Ben stones, these, penis of Osiris planted in places all over the planet, including out there at the Vatican, in St. Peter's Square, and at the Louvre in France and other places. You have these monuments to Osiris, and all over the planet, and that is kind of running the world. Even in Iraq, under Hussein, they had a mock copy of what we have in Washington, D.C. that was dedicated to Osiris. It's quite bizarre. So with that in mind, there's this hidden hand that's been controlling and trying to exert complete control, not just over America, but across the world, and in worship to Lucifer, and within the Baal worship and Moloch worship, which includes still today factions that are engaged in child sacrifice. Some of what's there in the Diddy stuff appears to be that type of stuff. What's there in the Pizzagate within those communications appears to be the same thing. And we shouldn't be shocked that in this modern world, there is still this ancient religion being practiced just out of sight for power. And at the core of it, by the way, just so that people know, I'll finish with this one thing. the highest altitude historic site on planet Earth that the UN recognizes is at the top of Mount Hermon. And that is the location where the 200 aliens, if you want to put it that way, godlike people fell to Earth. And then they came down at the top of Mount Hermon. They came down from the top of Mount Hermon. It's said that these 200 were all male. They preferred the company of each other. But they realized that they were going to die, and that would be the end of them. And so they had to procreate. So they came down from Mount Hermon, built a city. The city is called the City of Baal. And there they received the humans that populate the planet and gave them protection and helped them with their crops and with metallurgy and science and all sorts of things. They improved the understanding of the humans that they interacted with, and they took for themselves the women of whomever they chose and had children by them. And those children, through things related to the DNA, etc., became the men of renown and stature. Stature meaning that they were larger, they had greater height and physical strength. And those children of the fallen ones that fell to Mount Hermon, and you can go and look and read about this in the books of Enoch and other places. They are this group that required child sacrifice, get rid of the pure humans and only have the hybrids to reign and rule. And by
some of them are written by prophets, and then, but I mean, Enoch is apparently supposed to predate even the time of Genesis and talk.
The nuttiest one is Ezekiel.
I'm telling you, Enoch is even crazier than Ezekiel.
Like, explain the nuttiness of the Book of Enoch to people.
Well, it's okay. So if you read it, it talks about the fall of angels, thus creating really the precursor of civilization that led to the first flood. I think that when you even go into potentially the technology that was given to mankind by these angels, it talks about the hidden beliefs and theories in astronomy, etc., metalworkings, all of it. But it really does explain, you were talking about earlier how you have a lot of these religions around the world that kind of say the same thing. This is kind of the OG text that leads to those stories that we're hearing from many religions around the world. To talk about angels mixing with mankind and then seeding a super essentially race of humans that essentially were responsible for basically damning mankind to the flood. I mean, you hear about stuff in Greek and Roman mythology, people who had these super crazy powers, and you talk about it out loud and it sounds crazy, but that's what the book says. And then the fact that it was taken out and then it's poo-pooed, yet you have one of the oldest religions in the world via the Ethiopians that actually still have it. You have, the Catholic Church that has books that are missing out of the King James Version. I'm just saying that, when you read it, you should read it and decide for yourself. Don't listen to what I'm saying. Don't listen to what you're saying, but truly give it a chance and see what you have to say. And then, you're going back to this whole concept of if you have this information pertaining to UAPs, whatever they might be, the origins. I mean, if you have a understanding of what Enoch was talking about, kind of makes sense.
The really old stuff is very strange.
I'm telling you, the Ethiopian Orthodox Bible, I actually had a staffer that went to Ethiopia. She was on a church trip, and she actually brought me back a copy, and she's like, you can translate it via Google Translation, so kudos to modern day technology. So I have it in my office, and actually when I did my swearing in, I actually did my swearing in on the Ethiopian Orthodox Bible.
Wow.
It's cool. It's direct translation.
That's kind of crazy. This is nuts.
I think we're probably going to be responsible for the Book of Enoch sales probably increasing on Amazon.
Well, I'm going to buy it. I'm going to buy it. I need to read it now.
You'll trip out if you read Enoch and then follow about the fall of mankind and the angels with, and this is Christian theology, right? So angels came down, rebelled against God, interbred with humankind. That would be, I think, a good starting point for what potentially the Anunnaki were.
The way those royal families that you see today, they their leadership commonly practices demonstrations in plain sight because they believe in karma. They believe they have to tell you what they're doing.
Yeah.
Just like God has his prophets that tell you before God acts. God says he will do nothing without first revealing it through his prophets, what he's about to do. Jonah, Ezekiel, Jeremiah, Christ himself. But the devil has to follow the same rules. He has to tell you what he's going to do beforehand also. And so they do it through Hollywood. They do it through other media and their religious practices, what they intend to do. So, and who they are. So, for example, a good example of this is George Bush. He 3 times after he left the presidency, on his 70th birthday, his 80th birthday, and his 90th birthday, jumped out of aircraft and fell to earth, mimicking those that he regarded and worshipped as his ancestors, going back to the fallen ones that fell at Mount Hermon, fell to earth from the heavens. Christ himself said, I saw you, Satan, I saw you fall like lightning from the sky to the earth. And the Queen, if you go back to the 2012 Olympics, on the Queen's official site, there's a video there with Daniel Craig, the guy that plays James Bond. And it's a great spoof. And it shows her going out, getting on the helicopter in his protective custody. By the way, John Dee was the sorcerer magician who was the protector of one of the earlier queens, and his secret way of signing any letter from him to the queen was to use a ball and 2 cane, or a ball and 2 balls and a cane, as in two-ball cane. And that was what we now see as James Bond's 007. And that's why he's on His Majesty's Secret Service. He's not serving the country, he's serving the Queen. He's protecting the Queen. And so James Bond escorts the Queen. She goes out and gets on her helicopter, flies to the site of the Olympics, and then jumps from her helicopter and parachutes into the Olympics in this spoof with James Bond, mimicking falling to earth in the XXX Olympics, the 3rd Olympics in London. And this is important because they're showing you these things right in front of your face. But if you don't understand the code, or if you're not paying attention, then you don't realize that they're doing this for ritual reasons, to show you who their true origins are. And that goes to Baal worship, sacrifice of children, as part of their rituals to gain ritual strength, and to eliminate all of the pure descendants of Adam and only have the hybrids left. It's the same story now as it was all the way back to Cain and Abel. If Cain kills Abel and then he proceeds to kill Adam before that God's promise to Adam of an inheritance of the earth and control over everything that moves and crawls and creeps upon the earth. The only way God could fulfill that was through a child between Cain and Eve, his mother. Just like the Osiris, Isis, the mother having sex with the dead corpse of the child. And then you would only have hybrids across the earth. God would have to bless the seed of Lucifer, Satan, the devil, in a catch-22, which would make the devil equal with God, not greater than, because there's no one greater than God himself, but he would be a co-equal to rule and reign. God would have to bless the seed of the hybrid of human and of these fallen angels. Otherwise, God isn't God, because his promise to Abraham, or to Adam, of the earth and everything in it without condition would be tempered by the fact that he has to bless Lucifer's offspring. Last thing is that, so in destroying all mankind, even if it's only one person left, as long as it's a hybrid, then it's the Cain and Abel story. As now you've gotten to Adam. Okay, if the devil can't get the hybrids to win, then for him, better to destroy everything. If I can't have it, nobody survives. And of course, that's the tail end of the Revelation story. But for the return of Christ, there would no flesh have survived. And so he returns at that moment in order to preserve mankind, because they were going to do something so dastardly that no one would survive. But on the way to that, the devil would like to destroy any direct descendant of Adam, a la 23andMe, to find out who's the hybrids and who aren't. So anyway, we've said that story before, but it bears repeating to understand the context of what's being done and what President Trump is working through with getting an honest vote and holding control of America against these bloodline families, seeking to exercise control by every means possible, including social media, the media, the political stuff, wars, etc. It's all around this same central theme. So something just occurred to me that I need to say for people. It comes up repeatedly, including in the Christian population. At the time of the rapture, when those that are dead in Christ rise first, and then the living, in the blink of an eye, and join Christ's army returning to the earth in the clouds. In that instant, it says, all will be changed, but not all will know physical death, but all will be changed. What's the change? There's hybridization out through the population across the planet of this seed of Cain, if you will, if you go with that story. If that's true, then I would propose that that change in part is that the DNA itself of all those resurrected that have been dead and all those caught up to join the army of Christ, that their DNA is cleaned. And after Christ's return, there's 1,000 years of peace where Christ rules and reigns from Jerusalem, and all the nations of the earth come annually for the feast. This is important because if you're concerned that you may have some of that DNA, that's this accursed, going back to the Cain and the bloodlines like that, which the majority of the planet do. Why do they hate the Jews so viciously within this whole thing? Because they're most likely population to have pure descendants all the way back to Adam. That's why in the scriptures it keeps showing the lineage, the DNA of people like David and others back to Adam. And so because it's about who are the hybrids and not, even the flood of Noah was to eliminate the hybridization. When you understand that it says that Noah was perfect in all of his generations. The rest of the population was hybridized with this alien DNA. So there's a theme to this whole thing, but at the rapture, we're cleared of that. So if you have a concern, am I part of the Cain seed? Has the devil got me? Because the reason I need to say this, there's people that get, very worked up, like they can't be saved, that the blood of Christ can't get to them. It says that the blood of Christ is able to cleanse from all sin. If the original sin was Eve having sex with the devil, Satan, Lucifer, a green man, the blood of Christ and your faith that Christ came and could reconcile you with God Almighty and remove you from the penalty of sin, which is death and hell and Sheol, then you have nothing to fear. Don't let the devil get a hold of your heart like you're somehow going to be taken by him because of things you have no control over within your family lineage back to Adam. The blood of Christ is able to cleanse from all sin. And you can be saved by faith. That's the whole story, reconciled with God Almighty and spend eternal life in his heaven. So I don't want anybody living in fear in that way. And when I tell this to people, this story, how they think, sometimes people are afraid somehow they've gotten outside of the grace of God, and that's not possible. As long as there's breath, you have the opportunity to turn, repent, and be freed from the penalty of sin by the blood of Christ.
All right. I know we've heard that story before. I want to turn to a different channel here. And this is from Rumble, and I'll be with you in the chat.
Thumbs up on Rumble. We would greatly appreciate it. No shortage of stuff to talk about tonight because it's definitely been a little bit since we've had Derek on, and my apologies to the audience. We did have to reschedule a few weeks ago. Mark's had him on a couple times on Sunday, but it's been a while since the three of us have gotten together. So very excited to be doing this tonight. And Derek, as per usual, has certainly not been quiet over there on X. So we have a lot we can get into tonight. But dude, let me start out before we get into anything specific. Just give me your 40,000 foot view, kind of, what's been on your mind lately, what you've been focusing on. I mean, I definitely have some specifics I want to touch on, but just kind of your opening remarks as we sit here towards almost November of 2025, and we see all the narratives ramping up about governors and such being arrested. I mean, since we last talked, we now have National Guard actually on the streets of multiple cities, and amazingly enough, barely anybody has freaked out. Whole lot of stuff going on, and you kind of said it backstage. Although there's a lot happening, I think we're in one of those, at least for what we look at, one of those kind of quiet periods. Like, when's the next big event going to happen? But just your 40,000 foot view right now is the kind of what you have your eyes on lately.
Well, I mean, from a layman's terms, for the average target audience, and also your patriots out there both, there's always the military, and then there's the other that people are seeing, like your mainstream media, which are all captured under wartime orders. But little things, it's always the little things like anything else in life that make up the big things. But one, I guess where I still harp on people is the fact that, you can't call yourself a patriot, conservative, Republican, whatever, but really a patriot or a warrior, I guess would be the other, if you're going to be ye of little faith, right? Warriors are cut out for long hauls, just like the art of war. It's not always winning straight out the gate. There's there's missions, then there's battles, and then there's the war. And the whole thing is a pre-planned operation. The whole thing. That's why I always hold up the ball cap all the time, 45-47. Now, that don't necessarily mean it's going to go to January the 20th, 2029, with every single thing, but it's a goal, right? And we have objectives in that. But also, it's not real time. None of this is real time. If it were real time, then you got to go to President Trump's personality. President Trump's personality, I'm all right with someone who's cocky, because to me it's confident. Some people perceive it as cocky. I'm all right with it if you can back it up. It's like any other boxer or fighter or anybody like that. The ones who talk, they better be able to box, because they, as we all know, most of the time it's the one who does the most talking who gets their head knocked off by the guy who doesn't. But I like President Trump's personality, and when you go to his personality, he flies on Rolls Royce, baby. He ain't flying like you're talking about Malaysia Air. He ain't flying on no bull crap, right? He ain't on no old international, whatever kind of old school, whatever these engines are. He's on Rolls Royces, right? So when you look at just the Japan, Malaysia, everything, right? They said they showed him getting on the old Marine One going to Joint Base Andrews. That's the same old Marine One they showed taking emergency landing when he was in England. President Donald John Trump would be flying on no piece of shit. Excuse my French, but I just got to put it out there. He's not going to be flying on that, right? He's going to be on Rolls Royces, whatever we have.
Where's the new one? In fact, we've been getting coverage down here in Palm Beach County because they made it a point that he's getting clearance to build a new helipad at Mar-a-Lago. I guess they made him take the old one out after he wasn't president. And they made the point that the new one, instead of being 50 feet, has to be 60 feet because there's a new Marine One. So where is it? You've seen it a couple of times, but where is it these other times?
Well, the other thing is for people, that's still looking at your mainstream, which I can prove over and over and over they're captured in a good way. And that's just all the theater. The pre-planned theater, but they showed Biden. So they showed a recall on it, way back 2023, I think it was maybe, but there was a recall. Well, then they showed Biden take the inaugural flight in August. You really think that President Trump will let Joe Biden one-up him on new equipment, especially military? No, and that's where I tell people that's the 40,000 foot view. You can't say, oh, Trump was right about everything in one breath and then turn around and doubt straight up even though these would be military tactics, that aspect of it, it's still the overall, yes, it's a military operation. There's the strategies, tactics, theater, production, all that, what's on the mainstream. And they did that strategically for one reason. Americans are guilty by accident in another manner because that was a psyop that the CIA and the FBI and all these people did for the years. So the average American's not absorbing a lot of this, and they wouldn't know to look for this if they hadn't heard someone like me, you, and then listen. They got to be able to be interested as well. They can't just hear us talking or hear me talking and go, they got to be interested in it. So the 40,000 foot view was to keep people going with mainstream, because people at the end of the day, Americans are at least resilient and they have tenacity, whether they know it or not. And just like the 2008 financial crisis, boy, I remember, oh my God, I remember that back then. I had a roommate who he drove on fumes already, just on a normal. I hated that. I'm that guy that fills up. I always have money to fill up. And then I'm like, oh, where am I going? I don't have that guy. Where am I going? I don't have anywhere to go. I have a full tank of gas. I'm that dude. Well, that one weekend, I was so tired. I worked on the west side of Nashville, lived on the east side of Nashville. Nashville traffic, like any other city, So I was like, I'm just getting home. I'm tired. I want to That was the weekend that they didn't have any freaking gas, and it started a 2-week drought. 2 weeks drought. From that weekend, I did that, and we had to just sit there. There was nothing else to do. He didn't have any gas. I didn't have any gas. And so, little things like that, shows the tenacity of an American, right? We found a way. We scrounged around. We did what we had to do. We had to walk to the freaking grocery store one time. We had to do what and everybody else, unless you had that cool neighbor. It's like, hey, I always keep 100, gallons of gas over here in case there's ever a crash. But if you didn't have that neighbor, then you did what? You found resiliency, you found tenacity, and then you kicked in. Look at look at COVID and all this stuff. People made time for what? Beer, alcohol, money. They did all that. Smoking. People will make time for that. They will cut back on everything else. But they gonna party, they gonna drink, they're gonna be at the lake on the weekends. Yeah. So it's like I tell people, there's a few people out there struggling. I'm not knocking them, but it's a few. It's not the overall. And then what do you call struggling, right? What do you really call struggling? Because at the end of the day, my grandparents are the ones who still lived in regular houses that didn't have central air, central heat. My dad talks about being a kid, how my grandmother would warm up bricks and put them on quilts, right? And so it was like, and their air conditioning was opening their windows. That was just my dad's generation. That wasn't that long ago. So what America is built on so much materialism that they don't really realize that, no, you're not really hurting. There's a few out there, but those few are the ones that are going to be taken care of. But most people that are doing the whining and complaining are not really hurting. They're not really struggling. All right. They are in their mind, but they're not on the grand scheme of things. So they knew Americans would find a way to make it day by day, week by week, complaining, griping, whatever you want to call it. They knew that. They knew most people weren't going to get out the streets and go, all right, put them up. We're going to do like the old. They knew most people weren't going to do that. You have your occasional criminal. Sure, you have your occasional person that thinks they're going in folklore history, but they're not. All right, there's occasional. But on the grand scheme of things, they knew people would get by, they would get around, and they would make it. So, I'm looking at things like the real time, trying to get people to go, this is what's happening in real time. This is what's happening strategically. And every bit of 45, 47, every bit of President Trump, that's not the real Trump people are seeing on TV. That's not really him in Malaysia. It's all theater, right? Yep. And but it's the clean out, right? And it's the drain the swamp, like your pre-show video. People forget about all the terms that he said way back here because they're treating all these as individual terms, and they're not. The 45-47 is the whole operation. But people forget, drain the swamp, the best is yet to come, follow the money. I mean, they forget about all these things. Well, some of those are strategic, follow the money. That meant there's operations going on to follow it, track it, see who's running it, who's doing what, drug trafficking, sex trafficking, child trafficking, human trafficking, getting all that, draining that. There's so many operations that are going on that it had to be a 12-year period versus an 8. Because we can't lose the Constitution. We can't lose our functions and operations and our processes. So it's had to be done lawfully. Well, there's a strategy and a tactic that we've used in the 40s that worked perfect to be able to pull President Trump back and look like he lost to the public or the target audience. And he didn't. It's all strategy, tactic. It's a puppet government and government in exile. It's all strategic special operations. And so that's still the 40,000-foot view. No matter how you want to slice pie, that's still it.
Derek, I want to give you a hat tip because, a few, but you are the one person I know that since you came on the scene in, what was it, 2022, I believe it was constantly talking about the concept of Trump being a president in exile. Right. And interestingly enough, just before we came on the air, we've had this character pop up, this Kirill Dmitriev, who is Putin's special envoy that has been putting out Q memes and Q references. And he's all over the place right now. So he's an interesting character. And he just published about government in exile. I found that very interesting. But it was actually Donald Trump himself. I don't know if you saw this or not, but I want to play it with you on the air. Because just in the White House a couple weeks ago, he referred to himself as having been in exile. I'm not sure if you saw this, but take a listen.
Rigged election, he knows about rigged elections better than anybody. But when I was in exile, we were still friends. That's always a good way to find out, test of friendship. But he's a highly respected man.
So he's talking to Erdogan, and he's talking about basically how they maintained communications while I was in exile. And when I saw that, I said, well, there he is. He's telling you again. And that's the exact.
Well, there's your validation.
Yeah.
Well, in military people, we're supposed to know that. Now, that there's a lot who don't, but that goes back to what they're doing with the military. They clean out of the military. We got to have IQ. We got to have people who read, study, breathe our history, military history, tactics, strategies. It ain't always just being a gung ho, kick in a door and do whatever. Most of that anyway was not a war. That was all combat. And there's a huge difference in that they're going to have to reteach throughout history moving forward. But yeah, that right there is, what makes me smile about it's not being right. It's just that my grandfather was the one who served during the 43-45 government in exile. The most famous government in exiles and puppet governments of the World War II. So That just shows I listen to him. And he's been gone 20 years, September. So, you know, I mean, I've been writing on a new book, and one of the excerpts I said is that, you know, if we don't write history, but if we don't write it, but also preserve it and tell it the way we saw it, then it gets retold or told a whole different way. And it's kind of like the circle ring when you get people in a room and you put them in a circle. By the third person, you know, it's, oh, you know, Mark caught a 2-pound bass. Well, by the third person, Dave caught a 10-pound bass. It's not even Mark anymore, right. You know, or it could be a 10-pound grouper. It's not even a bass anymore, right? By the third person, we can't even get like you would expect maybe, you know, to the 27th person out of 30. No, it's about the third person. Completely different story. And that's what President Trump talks about, IQ. And then he loves people with IQ, sharp, quick, you know, thinking all the time, critical thinking, strategic thinking. There's all kinds of ways to think. And I think I tell people, too many people are focused on the target audience, and a lot of patriots are so focused on being wrong about something that it's hampering being just thinking outside the box. Strategic operations, special operations, you can have multiple ideas. They're never wrong. It just may not be fit for that operation. But there could be some in there that someone didn't think about. That goes, oh, I love that. I like that. But yeah, I mean, President Trump, he's going to validate all the way along the way, but it's not even about, you know, just validating. It's just an operation, and you're supposed to know. And when you know, then it's going to be, the validations are going to be there automatically.
Exactly.
I think that's a point that a lot of the people have missed out on. So I know it's one of the things that drives me crazy all the time is people, even patriots who are advanced and know what's going on. And I guess it's battle fatigue or whatever, but they really truly suffer from short-term memory loss. And as things go on, they kind of lose track of exactly what it is that we've been going through and what is going on. And it's like the frustration starts to come out, and you start to listen to them whining and complaining about things, and you have to rehash the thing over and over again just to kind of reinforce them. And then, you know, dealing with the government stuff's a whole other ballgame.
And as you and I know, more is not always better. See, that's another thing that people do is that they want more. You don't need more when it's a military operation. You need to know someone that's a veteran that knows what's going on, and then other people who are studying on the government side, and you pull those together. Outside of that, the drama, the propaganda, the post. I mean, there's too many posts by certain people. So more is not always better, and people think that sometimes, but it's not. Now, if it's chocolate pie, okay, cool, yeah, give me more. But there's certain things that more is not good, and so some people are innocently being misled in another way because they don't know who to believe, who to trust. I hear that a lot, but I'm like, well, you know, at the end of the day, when you do find out from President Trump the bigger picture, when it comes to a close from that manner, you're going to realize who knew the whole time, and that's when you get a hall pass on not knowing here. But from moving forward, you better dump everybody else that had no clue what was going on and hang on to those who did, because those are the ones who's going to lead you. And then also you'll know their intent and their motives the whole time. You know, what they were saying, what they were giving you, etc. We're always going to need people to be a journalist or an author or whatever it is to record things. People think we can eradicate evil. We can suppress it to a level, but we can't eradicate it. There's always going to be something. And that's why we have to get it back down to where it's like a little bubble, and let's focus on that bubble and keep an eye on that bubble and be tough on that bubble, but never let that thing get out of hand. And, you know, it was going to be bumpy, sure, because it was chaos. I mean, people don't realize the evil. They just don't realize the evil. Even in our own military, people don't realize what our military became inside. And now's not the time. I'll know when it is, but I had someone come up to me in Idaho back in June, and they said they're veteran, and they talked to me off to the side, and they said, I think I may know what you're talking about. And they told me, and I said, yep. And it had happened to them as well. The same thing that happened to me happened to this person. So I won't be the only one, and I knew I wasn't ever going to be the only one. But when people find out what our military had become on the inside, we can't ever get there again, ever.
Yep. Mark, you brought up a good point about, people getting frustrated and not realizing where we've come from. And that actually directly connects to what Derek just said about purposeful misdirection. And now you were saying it in the context of some people out there who we know are bad actors, and this has been going on for a while, of course, that are purposely trying to mislead people. But then there's another layer to this, which is the fact that we all have to recognize, and that's what we try to do on this platform and others, that part of what is happening is obviously in a psychological war is purposeful misdirection by the good guys. And I'll give you an example. Like, do you really think Kash Patel doesn't have a handle on the FBI? Or do you think it's being presented that way to get not our group, but the groups below us that don't know it, to get activated, to get pissed off? Like, they are doing things with Epstein, all this stuff to purposely get people's attention, purposely cause controversy, purposely cause conversation. And that leads me to something. I don't want to spend a ton of time on this, but I do want to visit it because I think it's important. I think it was a important turning point, if you will. And that would be the Charlie Kirk situation going back about a month. Now, you probably didn't get to see any of the shows we did, but there was a small group of us, you being one, us here, Joe Rambo, Abs and Stormy, a small group of us, amongst others, that took a step back, used the 48-hour rule, looked at that thing, and then started dissecting it and tearing the whole thing apart. We did an entire show here just on the speculation that, when you date everything back to where he came from in 2012, and there's not a lot of records and there's oddities with Eric Kirk, like, we even did a speculation that, maybe he's 60,000 man secret army and this was the plan the whole time. Who knows? But you've been unapologetic about kind of being in the same lane with us. And I wanted to, since we haven't had you on since, I have my theories as to why we would have done something like this. I have my theories as to how it could help advance, wake people up, how it could show people cover-ups in real time, how it could be our version of a JFK. Like that's all the stuff we've gone through here. But give me your take, man. Just your, how, why, what did it serve, and why you saw through it right away.
Well, one, I saw through it because of special operations. So that's the first thing. Two, now there could be a case where you could take a civilian. Palantir is a great example where they took 4 guys who are brilliantly smart, 4 guys who have never been in the military whatsoever, and they commissioned in as a lieutenant colonel. That's a pretty good little bump right there. To never be in the military and you get to come in as a lieutenant colonel. That's just not heard of. But that also shows strategic special operation by President Trump, the bigger picture. Now, in real time and in real-time target audience, if President Trump was not in a strategic operation with laws and orders backing, that'd be one quick way to piss off veterans straight out the gate, is to take a guy who's 31 years old, right, put Air Force One behind it. It was Air Force Two, but then the Air Force Honor Guard. That'd be a way to lose. Yeah. That would be a way to lose every veteran right out the gate. Now, I know that's not the case, but I'm painting a picture for the real-time target audience that they look at it as, oh, it's okay, he was an honorable person. No, it has nothing to do with that. It don't matter if it was Billy Graham, whoever, the Dalai Lama, whoever you think's the saint of a saint. It don't matter who it is. Your grandma. It don't matter if it was my grandma who was a saint. Has nothing to do with that. There's a we have good rituals and we have good customs. We have good things. That's just, and it goes back to the whole, now I know Biden wasn't real and all that, but we're talking the target audience, real audience, the whole debate, did President Trump say something about some soldiers one time? And Joe kept saying, so that alone shows you military is a sensitive subject with people who do follow it, right? So knowing straight up customs, straight out the gate, well, first thing I can tell people, if you want to validate that, then you got to validate January the 20th, 2021, which was not an inauguration whatsoever. So you can't see, that's one of those things I call a parallel. You can't have one without the other. If you want to justify one, well, let's justify the other one, right? Then if you want to say that was real and you're okay with that, then all right, I'm a veteran. Let's talk. January 20th, 2021. All right. So it's an operation. Now, you can say, you can go anywhere you want with it. Now, I'm going to tell this for the first time on your show. So if you get hate mail, good deal. These two guys are the ones you throw it to right here. But no. So, and it's not that I've hid it for any other reason. It's not that I hide anything. But I've been talking to a friend of mine a long time ago. Before, God put me back in this position to get to serve again, etc. Well, country music, right? So I had Billboard hits, country songs, etc. Well, we have videos, right? So when I look for actresses in videos, I have some rules they have to go by. Like if I ever see one of these females on an OnlyFans page or promoting any kind of sexual anything, or if they even look promiscuous to a degree, I'm done. I'll remove the video, right? If it's someone like, let's say that it blew them up and they went and did that afterwards, I don't pick anybody that has that straight out the gate. So I noticed way back in 2018, 2019, when we were looking, I had a team that did this, a team of females who would talk to certain females that were, college age, depending on my age. So when I started, it would be somewhere in that demographic, right? In that age bracket, depending on what age I was, right? We'd be in the same age bracket because you don't want to look a certain way, obviously, out there. I don't anyway. And I've always told in my videos, look, there's a way to look, sexy, but not trashy. Right. And I've always been about bringing class back to country music as much as I can. So I've tried to make all my videos more family oriented or something of that nature. So I noticed that there was a lot of females from colleges that had on Instagram where they put in their bio, it would say Turning Point USA. And then it would have a link tree there. You click on that link tree. Well, I'm going to tell you what, 7 out of 10 had an OnlyFans account. Now, Charlie Kirk, I had no idea about this. I had no idea until a friend of mine showed it to me back just this past July. There's a video, an interview he did of a girl who was the leading OnlyFans girl, right? She made she made $400,000 a month on OnlyFans, all right? And she was talking about how she had, quit and she had in a relationship and whatever. Now, Charlie Kirk only spoke at colleges. Now, one of two things. Either he was the wolf in sheep's clothing that people, he had everybody tricked and fooled, or they could have been running operations on these colleges rescuing these females. Because I know for fact there's tunnels under most college campuses. So it's one or two things. Now, why would they take him out? Well, President Trump, way back in last year, people forget this time last year that we were about to go to the polls, right? So way back in June or July last year, President Trump was speaking, and that's when the mainstream media, now they're captured. This was all done on purpose, ladies and gentlemen. But that's when the mainstream media took his quote, Christians, get out and vote. You'll never have to do it again. Well, they took that, right? Well, that was done on purpose because it got people's attention. Everything is strategic, right? Like you said, it's to get people's attention. Even if they get mad, great. We got you engaged, though. You're paying attention, right? And so at that speech, he had given these data points. Christians and gun owners are the two leading brackets of your Republican side that don't vote. By data, 90 percentile of Christians and gun owners don't vote. So that was a whopping percentage of the very core fabric of our nation. I mean, our whole government, everything, those founders thought that God gave them this place and that ideology and our visions and our foundation, right? America is just an ideology. It's literally a dream that we live every day that we have to fight for every single day. And our history shows we lost it a long time ago in reality. And we've just been hanging on by the thread and been getting little wins here and there. But it's been overall a quote unquote democracy established by the swamp. They had a democracy, right? We're still a republic and our foundation's a republic, but the swamp they had a democracy, right? And so President Trump was speaking at Turning Point USA when he said that. That's exactly where that speech was. All right. So what did it do to people? Now I'm gonna be slang again just because I can, but and now I'm a Christian by faith. I am, but I'm one of those. I tell people all the time. A lot of Christians have put their faith and trust in a building. They call that the church. The church is right here, right? This is our temple, right here. All right, and we're to walk around and be our own church, and then not judge others like that. Because if everybody's doing what they're supposed to be doing, then that will populate. The ones that won't, that light will drown out the darkness. And then some of that darkness will come to you and go, why are you so positive all the time? Why is it that when something happens and negative, you're so positive, you're smiling, then you say, well, you asked me. I'm going to tell you why. That's how Christianity is supposed to work. Straight up. It's simple. And President Trump made a quote back in COVID, all right, but he said simply, he said, the cure cannot be worse than the problem. All right, now you can take the word worse out and put anything in there. The cure can't be harder than the problem. All right, the cure can't be bigger than the problem. Like that's how we have complicated life so much. Materialism, everything. Everybody's chasing something that you're never going to accomplish, right? More cars, more trucks, bigger cars, better cars, bigger trucks, better house, bigger house. No one's content. It's always happy, and happy's always fluctuating, and it depends on what your day is like, right? So content. So I say all that to say is that it still stems back to this, is that, I bet your asses will be voting now, right? That's my slang right there. Like all those people who didn't vote, well, they took out one of their Christian guys, one of their icons, right? That got their attention, right? Now I'm gonna insert something really fast, if I may. It don't matter what life is. I don't care. I said it a long time ago. Now I had those documents written way back in 2021 is when I published the documents that became my books. But my mother asked me way back when, she's like, well, what if you're wrong? I'm like, well, if I'm wrong about everything, then I'm fighting for all the right reasons. All right. And I'll stand on the hill. If I'm the only person on the hill, I'm going to be a bull on the hill. Right. I'm going to be a dang bull. All right. And I don't care. And I'll defend that hill. All right. Against anybody, anything. That's my attitude. Now, that's President Trump times whatever number you want to put there. All right. He loves people who get in the ring and fight. It don't matter if you get your butt kicked. Get in the ring and fight. Put your dukes up. Be willing to fight for it. Right. That's his attitude. I've met all his people as well. I met some of his best friends say that he loves fighters, right? Well, favorite stories ever. This is so funny, but it's true. All right. I had every Tiger Woods digest you could ever have. I still have them. I don't know if they're worth anything, but I have every golf digest of Tiger Woods. Well, I can't remember exactly the finite details, but he was down by like 5 strokes with like 7 or 8 holes to play. So he was down like 5 or 6 strokes with like 7 or 8 holes to play. And his caddy was Steve Williams at this time. And Steve said, I knew how to motivate him. I knew what would tick him off. And if it did the trick, 9 out of 10 times, this is what happened. Well, you notice when so-and-so makes a putt, his little blonde girlfriend's over there just giggling and clapping, and she don't know a thing about golf, right? You notice that? He said, man, it pissed him off. Just that little thing. Threw his club down. On the 17th hole, whatever holes it was and whatever he was down, on the 17th hole, he sank a birdie putt to go up by 1. Steve said when he walked by me, headed to the tee box of number 18, he just threw the putter at him, threw it like that. He said he slapped me right on the ass and said, she ain't smiling now, and walked right over there to the 18th hole, teed off, and won that tournament. Now, that's the attitude that every warrior needs to have. Every Patriot needs to have that attitude. You're never out. Alabama was getting their butt kicked all game. Now, I don't know, it could be rigged. But if it ain't rigged, they were getting their butt kicked all game Saturday by a 3-4 team that wasn't even supposed to be in the ball game, right? And they came back, won the game. Texas did the same thing. You always got to have the mindset that I'm going to get you. I'm going to get it. Whatever the goal, whatever the objective. All right, so with a Charlie Kirk thing, it could be something there. Could be. But it also was a turning point in a mega way with the Christian group and with the gun owners. I mean, there's two groups that you would think would vote. That would be the ones you would think they're down there polls open at 7 a.m. You'd think they'd be camping out at 5 a.m. going, I'm going to get my vote in. I'm going to protect my rights. No, they don't. So, like I say, I bet your ass is going to vote now, right? So we got their attention. Now, there still can be underlined. There's always the connections with her, parents and all the Romania connections. None of that's wrong. It's just a matter of tying in on what side of the aisle were they on what side of the aisle was Charlie on, what side of the aisle, rescues, so it could be one of those. Now that will be solved. As far as the September the 10th thing, X right now on Facebook, the original video is still not graphic content. It's still not the original video.
Yep.
All right. I saw a post yesterday of President Trump's face, and someone put, it was a liberal on X, as we know, you're a effing something. It blocked it as graphic content.
Yep.
That just the meme with President Trump's face and the F-bomb on it, graphic content. All right. The original footage of September the 10th of, what was not a real 30-06 in the first place. Like I tell people, I keep one always handy right here. I didn't know it was going to be tonight, but that's a 30-06, ladies and gentlemen. That'll take an elephant down. All right. Now I've seen what it does to deer. And a neck, I tell people, hey, you want to complain? You want to tell me I'm crazy? You want to tell a veteran, special operations, all this other stuff? You want to tell that? Okay, go to Google. Simple. 30-06 human neck. It's going to be bleeded out. It's going to be all blotted out. It's going to be graphic content. Click on it. Click on it. Go ahead. Click on it. See what a 30-06 does to a human neck. Your stomach better be ready for it. All right. A 22 rifle would be, if that would have been a real shot, which none of the other stuff was real, but if it would have been, it'd have been closer to a 22 bullet, what they showed. No comparison. All right. Hat store, the arms thing, the blood was already, first off, I'm going to have a jacket on, but the video they showed, when you screenshot the video, his whole arm looked like you just dipped it, like you're doing a cast. Your blood wouldn't do that, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, we're talking about the whole, it looked like a sleeve of maroon. How did it dry from them picking him up? You could tell it's dried. It's not wet and staining. And that's the one thing that all your Chat GPT and your Gemini AI and all your AI apps do. It says it's not wet and got a sheen, a gloss to it, like real blood, right? I shot a snake not long ago. I put the snake up. All right. I didn't tell people. I made people think maybe I saw it on the road. I actually ran over the rattlesnake because I hate them. But, So I got out there, boop, little bitty blood. It wasn't even much. Ran it through the same app. Yep, real blood. This looks like a rattlesnake that's been run over, and that's real blood. Come on, people. It's the same app. They're coded the same. They detect off of coding. All right. It's that simple. People want to complicate it because they're also teaching people possibly this. You put faith in the wrong people. Now, I'm not saying he's bad, but he could be. And what people aren't doing is going, yeah, I like him, but he could be. Right. There's always that. Paul Ryan, Mitt Romney, they all said the right things way back when. Right. We all know that. So but what were they doing behind the scenes? A lot.
Well, and Derek, I saw you posting today about Candace Owens because we've all obviously had our eyes on her, right? And so, in my mind, it seems like she's. I mean, like I think Candace is central casting. That's just my personal opinion, and it would seem to me like she was tasked on this one with going out and getting people. Like I always say, I'm with you on all this, on the fact that it wasn't a real assassination, right? But what she's doing is she's talking to the crowd that does think it was a real assassination. It seems to me like she's been tasked with teaching people, listen, dig deeper. Like, she's not there saying it's fake. She's taking the narrative of, yeah, it's real, but now use your head, use your eyes, connect the dots, think about some of the things he was saying about Israel and the funding and why is Erica doing this? And to me, there's like a whole nother layer of it. Because I had a friend of mine that I could actually have the conversation with. Like, he's like, it didn't look right. I'm like, it's because it wasn't real. And he goes, okay, you know what? I'll believe you on that one. Now tell me why. And I went through the why of like a lot of the stuff you said, getting a rallying cry, giving the younger generation something to rally around, the gun side, the Christian side, all that. But he said, but why are there so many holes in it? I said, well, I believe there's so many holes in it so that somebody like Candace Owens can go out there and frankly teach people how to be conspiracy theorists, teach them what people couldn't do back in the day when they killed JFK, right? We didn't have all this technology. We just had to take the Warren Commission report and the Zapruder film that came out 11 years later, and that's what we took, and then that was it. But to me, it's like, this is the other layer of this, is she's putting like her own narrative warfare out there and getting people to like to teach themselves to actually not just buy any narrative. Like,
here's the thing that, I always keep it here is like I always tell people, the whole thing is an operation, right? Mm-hmm. So like even her, so this is how people need to think. It's just critical. It's not even real critical, but all right, if Erica was named CEO the next day, that means they have priority on naming a new CEO. All right, just on a real simple surface. All right, she was named CEO. But if you go to the website, right, well, they still have Candace Owens up as a staff over there, advisor staff or something like that. They've already updated his bio as past tense. All right, was the fact, all that. And they have her with a CEO title. So if they've already updated that website, if Candace Owens is what some of the people were getting mad about, then why is she still on there? Why is she still connected? All right, so that's just a simple. Now, again, every bit of it is central casting. Every bit of these people are central casting. And here's how you look at it as well. Now, I also tell people, look, at the point, this ties in too, at the point that the military on that general and admiral level start going after more civilians than they do veterans who are more than clearly capable of serving, even at active duty capacity, from what the douchery of Obama and all them did to a lot of veterans. All right. At the point they start going with civilians, then the veterans, you're also going to lose the veteran community. All right. Because there's plenty of veterans still highly capable, critical thinking, we've already been trained in it. Already know that. Now, I got an opportunity at an external kind of level, but I have
Or the third option could be that he was a good guy, he was benevolent, and the organization was captured and used for that purpose too.
Could be that. It could be several things. Absolutely. Because when you look at the time period, 2012, again, right? It's 2012 and 2000, that region. See, I was going through military, et cetera, et cetera. I was already seeing what Obama, I served under Obama. Come on, people. But now I was observant, and I tracked things then. And there's a reason why I know certain things I know. There's a reason why I retired and didn't do 20 years. Like I did,
So there's a lot of things that just make sense to me now, even more than it did way back then, because I was tracking things, seeing things, and I wasn't the only one. I mean, everybody has to pull a part. Everybody has to play a part. But I had to remember everything. I recorded these things. I had conversations with big key people. I didn't get here for nothing. And it will be unveiled, who all those people are. They're all good people. And they watch me, they're like, keep doing it. Come on back. I get visited by people, right? So it's like but everybody has a part. It's like everybody. So President Trump, there would be more to lose in another manner, even though it's not real time. So it's harder for me to talk real time because it's not.
Of course.
Right.
Of course.
And it's hard for me I don't like the word dummy down, but I've had people say, can you dummy it down? I'm like, no, you need to elevate up. You don't need to dummy down. You need to elevate up. Right. So it's hard for me to dummy down my brain and what I'm thinking and how to lay it all out. But, the best is yet to come part. We're not there yet. President Trump just posted that again 2 weeks ago. So we're not there yet. I tell people every time he does something like that, we're not there to that yet. That part, the best is yet to come. We're not to the best yet. And so that's going to be there. And, but it's going to make sense when we get there. Like I tell people, it's going to make sense at your level where you are, because they already knew that. They put this operation on for that, knowing that. So the Charlie Kirk thing, like I tell people, just all sit right neutral in the middle, right? I tell people the same thing when I went viral. I'm like, I was put here on purpose. I know they did it on purpose. I got validation of that. But like I tell people, it don't matter. Like you hold someone just like we do in our relationships, anything else. It's face value. You trust until given a reason not to trust, but you also always do what? You stay on guard. It's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. We're humans, right? We don't like getting hurt. Nobody does. So it's the same aspect, like I tell people, but you don't go hook, line, and sinker just because someone says something that you like or it appeases to you.
Exactly right.
That's what gets you in trouble. What you do is you go, oh, I like this guy. I like what he says, but then you see how consistent they are. And that takes time. And to me, if God makes me stay in this position for 25 years, and then there's maybe a closing point somewhere, then you wait to that 25th year to go, okay, well, he was consistent all the way through, right? And it's the same thing with anything else. And so many people just put that trust, they put all their eggs in one basket, and then all of a sudden, it wasn't an Easter egg, it wasn't a bunny, it was a wolf, right? Yep. And then the letdown is a lot worse, and the humiliation. And then not only that, then you also lose trust in yourself. You lose trust in your ability to trust the right people with the right sources and the right information. So you hurt yourself in a lot of ways too by that. So what people like me are trying to do is like the critical thinking, strategic thinking. Sometimes you do have to have it, but there are things that you can do to sharpen your skill sets and to sharpen your IQ on those things.
Yep.
But you got to have the initiative.
Hey, Derek, I hate to do this in the middle of the show. You've been like freezing super hard. Would you mind potentially jumping out of the studio and coming back in? And actually what I can do is I can run my sponsor while you do that. But I think the only way to get it might be for you to go out and come back in, because you've been freezing up for like a minute at a time. We can hear you, but is that cool?
Well, that's the first time I've had trouble with Starlink. So we'll see. Okay.
All right. So yeah, why don't you pop out and then pop back in with the link? There we go. Perfect. And then let me take a minute while we're doing that, and then we'll move forward with some current events to thank our sponsors tonight. And our first one is The Wellness Company. Guys, Derek's going to come right back out. We're going to try to get that connection reset. So hang tight for a minute. What if the medicine that helped save millions during the pandemic was being made mostly in China today? Well, it's true. About 58% of the world's ivermectin supply comes from China and 75% from Asia overall. But not the wellness companies. Introducing American-made ivermectin, safe, trusted, and produced right here in the United States. Ivermectin has been prescribed globally for more than 30 years and even earned the Nobel Prize in Medicine for its proven ability to eliminate parasites and support overall health. New research also points to potential benefits for skin, immune, and cancer support. Most pharmacies charge $5 a tablet, but the wellness company is offering a higher 18 milligram dose for just $3.33 each. You'll get a 6-month supply designed for 4 21-day cleanse cycles, all at an unbeatable price. Support American medicine, not China's supply chain. Get your U.S.-made ivermectin today at twc.health/channel17 and use code channel17 to save $30 off plus free shipping. Again, that's twc.health/channel17 and use code channel17 to save $30 off plus free shipping. Okay, I think we got him back here. Perfect. And our thanks to the Wellness Company. And I remind you guys that promo code of Channel 17 is good for anything on the site. And we're going to pivot here in a second and talk some government shutdown. But I do just want to take one more minute and thank our good friend David Becker for his continued support. Guys, it is the middle of open enrollment season. And while he's a busy man, he's always here to help everybody in the Anon community. I was just on the phone with him today. David Becker, one of the biggest patriots I know, one of the best dudes, and somebody that supports each and every one of these channels that you guys watch each and every day. And he is the person you want to speak to for insurance. So we'll hear from him. And then looks like, we got a nice clean connection. So right after this, we will continue with Derek. Are you paying too much for your health insurance? Fall marks open enrollment and the time when insurance companies announce next year's rate increases. Some carriers are expecting premium hikes of 20 to 30%. For many, the high cost of medical insurance is about to get even worse. At Mid-Atlantic Business Alliance, David Becker and his son Jesse have been helping their clients keep their costs affordable while providing the best possible PPO coverage. The hospital and insurance systems are corrupt, and it is critical to have a trusted ally like Mid-Atlantic Business Alliance on your side. David and Jesse will help you navigate the system to help keep your premium affordable and your out-of-pocket costs to a minimum. Why not call today for a free quote? Call David Becker at 609-577-8557 or visit midatlanticba.com/news treason. That's David Becker at 609-577-8557 or visit midatlanticba.com/news treason. And our thanks to David Becker. I want to say one more thing about David Becker. This is the kind of guy he is. I got a bunch of pictures this weekend from his house. And all joking aside, when you call him, you're going to end up talking about the operation. You're going to end up talking about Q for a long time. And then I get these pictures. He has these Patriot parties all the time. And a lot of his clients, a lot of you guys, I saw a whole bunch of names here in the chat that were at his house this weekend. So that's the kind of dude he is. He's not just a supporter and a businessman, but he's somebody that cares. And he'll be the first one to invite you into his house for one of his great Patriot gatherings. So again, thanks to David. All right, let's pivot to some current stuff. Mark, I know you had
Yeah. Before we move forward, I wanted to backtrack with Derek a little bit from what you were talking about. In regard to the stuff under the colleges, a number of months back, I had Lynn Scott Hagerman on, who is an SRA victim, who specific living proof that where she was held was under a college. She wouldn't specify which one it was, but it was in the Carolinas. We know that. But as a military operation, and with Charlie Kirk's part in this, bear with me with this a little bit. We know, and we've kind of pinpointed, that a lot of the big part of the operation started back around 2011, 2012, around the same time that Charlie Kirk came in. But we also know that a lot of it probably started in mid or early 63, prior to November 22nd, 63. Coming forward and into the time that the whole operation really started in earnest, and with the military operation in full swing. And I even think that part of it was probably with them weakening the military publicly, so hoping that people would wake up and say, "Go, what the hell were you doing?" When it came, and with any military operation, everybody's got their role. So is it just simply possible Charlie's role might have just been to raise the awareness of these kids because he was somebody relatable and somebody who could appeal to the kids, get them back into Christianity, get them back into God, get them back into, God and country. And considering the fact that his life was being threatened anyway, that this was just the end of his portion of the operation, and his white hat operation to take him out.
Well, the other thing is I told this to someone the other day. I said, look, if you presented this, just be honest, would it be shocking to a female that a male was trafficking or a female was trafficking? See, it would be a lot more. It would be a lot more if a female was trafficking, because males, God gave us already a tough task. We're visual creatures, right? And a lot of people avoid these conversations, but you have to have them. We're already visual. We're already visual creatures. We already have a tough task already. All right. That's why, when you're on a date and you just barely look the wrong way, a female's gonna be like, they see another girl walk by. You just looking at her? No, it was an onion ring that went by. They're like, yeah, right. It's like, or it was a filet mignon went by this way, and she just happened to walk this. You're already in a hole, right? We're already doomed. So it'd be a lot more for a female. If a female was doing that. So talk about, there's a lot of variables it could be, but the pageants and then the ties with Erica, Romania, etc. It would be a lot more for a female to go, holy crap, people should get mad. People should get mad because it's children. All right. It's females, right? That's the two key things in military that we talk, that the rescuing and etc. And also the same thing with the days of old, like the movie Titanic, and they made the older fella get on ahead of the women and children. That was frowned on for so many years to do something like that, right? It's always women and children, women and children, women and children. All right. And so there's a lot that this variable plays into that I didn't know Charlie. So, but I know that also I've traveled the country a ton. I have security teams, and it's little things like that. We already, you wouldn't put yourself in a security disaster, right? If it was absolutely something we're like, no, they're like, no bueno, we got to find somewhere else. All right, this is a guy who went around to campus after campus after campus, and the one time he's quote unquote shot, it looks like an amphitheater and buildings all around.
Right.
No,
right.
rooftops everywhere surrounding. Right. That's the stuff that shows people that's theater. That's the portion theater, all that. But there's going to be a correlation. All right. And then I lean with, I didn't know Charlie personally. I know people who did. All right. I lean with the fact that, they're probably using, a place where, they probably captured Epstein Island and flipping it. And that's where all the central casting are sitting down there chilling, kind of like when we took Saddam's castle, right? All those troops in there chilling in there, going smoking cigars in Saddam's seat. Well, so things like that, people got to look at it like that. They're going, well, where could he be? Where would he go? And how would someone not see him? We have places, don't worry. And it's paradise, don't worry, right? So little things like that, people have to use some humor with this in a good way. Like I've been telling people, I'm like, look, I've given you every way possible that Charlie Kirk could be alive. Why do you want him dead? I'm like, the negative attitudes are the ones, you're the ones wanting him dead, not me. I'm sitting here telling you it's an operation. It's 45-47. I don't know every intricate why, because that's not what I'm assigned to. I'm not a part of that task. But I know strategic operations, special operations. I know special operators on the highest level, right? I can't say certain things because that's also part of being in a position I get to do, because I'm climbing the ladder too, right? And you have to show that loyalty, you have to show that trust, but you also have to be that good on the front, all right? And it's everything has a part, everything has a role, everything, like Mark just said, everything has a place. All right. But the same thing I tell veterans, if you're doing what you're supposed to be doing out here as a veteran, you can get called back like I did. I'm not the only one. I just happen to be one of them. But there's 60,000 plus secret military. People always ask, how do you know each other? I'm like, well, because when you're my dad always said it. It's just something simple. Again, the cure can't be bigger than the problem. When you're doing what you're supposed to be doing on the front, everything else takes care of itself, right? Now, it is consistency, and it is also doing certain things, right, the right way, always. But that's what President Trump looks for, is that loyalty, but the trust, but also paying attention to detail, staying on top of everything, your P's, your Q's, your I's, your T's, everything's dotted, everything's crossed, right? Those things. And you look at who he's nominating. Everybody's nominating business people and or veterans. All right, that's an old tactic from the continuity of government from President Eisenhower, who was a 5-star general. There's an article about that. They put business people in place, and then President Trump's putting in veterans into these ambassador slots. Well, an ambassador is a single person. They're also called a chief of mission. So it needs to be a military person. So they're basically resetting the government, everything. But you're right, Mark. I mean, yeah, you could go back. We can always go back to Lyndon Johnson, the whole Lyndon Johnson Kennedy thing. But especially during that Obama era, that's when things really took a whole deep. That's what woke me up in another manner. I already knew the Constitution. I already knew those things. But the courts-martial process, when Obama went in, I mean, he had so many amendments to the courts-martial process. And when you go, it takes a lot of multitasking to look at every amendment of that and then go back and look at what President Trump did. It takes a lot of multitasking. But when you look at what they did, man, it favored the terrorists over our own soldiers. I mean, we got to a dirty place, very dirty, very despicable place in our own military of the way they were doing. And anybody who went by the letter of the law, who went by regulations, who did anything by that standard, they were kicking us out, doing certain things. And I did retire out, but there are other people I know that got the boot and they didn't get retirement. And see, I'm a product basically of, I knew people and they knew they thought I'd go back to my humble, and this is before President Trump. Keep in mind, people, before 2015, before they really knew something was in the brewing, but they thought I'd go back to my humble abode and no one would believe my story, right? My own family has trouble they did at the time, believing it, the ones I told it to. And I've only told it to a few. They thought that, oh, yeah. So see, that was during that time period. But what I was doing was going in there and I was trying to find loopholes. I was going to try to get back in the military. So I was trying to find these loopholes, and I found I studied all the courts martialing, and I studied. I'm like, oh my God, there it is. And then I started putting that together, and I wasn't the only one, but they didn't realize what was going on this side of things though. Mm-hmm. Right. And so I'm like the same way. I'm the same product. President Trump, they all know this. I mean, they know because they are the operation. All right. And they knew certain veterans would hear and go, I want a part of this. I want a piece of this. And so I'm a product of the same thing, where you take what the deep state did to you and you flip it back on them. You use their playbook against them. And that's what everybody's watching. We're just taking all their playbooks and using it against them. You know?
Yep. It's brilliant. Mark, before we go to the government shutdown, since Derek said something about courts martial, I want to just pivot real quick. So we've been having a lot of conversations on this channel about that over the last few weeks. We had Professor David Clements on because he's been doing some fire videos, 20-minute little short videos, kind of teaching people about the case for, again, in the public sphere now for the Insurrection Act. But then he did one about the silent war, kind of speculating back. I think you referenced it. You might have even referenced April 1st, 2020 on X recently. I think you might have referenced it, but we watched that Milley press conference that was talking about drug trafficking and narcos. And we were talking about how what you're seeing now with Venezuela and Colombia and everything, like it, again, I think that's more of a presentation because April 1st, 2020, we had that press conference of them talking about the border and trafficking and all that other stuff. But where the dig kind of went, and I know you're familiar with this from the documents. So right now, I know everyone's aware we've been following, like I say, we say follow the money. On here we say follow the narrative, right? The escalation in the rhetoric out of the Trump camp on all fronts, Stephen Miller, Trump himself, all these different people, Flynn, we on Saturday we kind of presented this cadence of escalation that you saw in the captured mainstream media, right? Where it started with the DOJ warning the mayors, the governors, the officials, like, don't interfere. It's not going to end well for you. And then that kind of ramped up to Stephen Miller literally saying, well, a guy like Pritzker, it's not just him, mayors, anybody that gets in our way, you are breaking the law and you'll be arrested. And you've kind of seen that cadence go up and up and up and up. And you mentioned courts martial. So I've shown our audience has seen this 6 times. Don't worry, guys. I'm not going to go through this whole thing for the 9th time. But there's a couple of cue drops that point to unlawful enemy combatants. I know you know the famous interaction between Kavanaugh and former JAG officer Lindsey Graham himself back in 2018. And then Q was pointing you to a Trump executive offer, EO from 1/1 of 2019. And when you dig into that, that's when he updated the manual for courts martial. And again, I'm not going to read through this whole thing again because I know Derek knows it and the audience has seen it. But basically what it did is it almost created a bridge, right? And it kind of merged some of the procedures together between federal civilian criminal law and military law, which, as you've always been pointing out, are 2 separate bodies. And then Q came back again and highlighted section 12 of that executive order, where, again, it basically tells that it writes in language that allows the attorney general, which is civilian law, to interface and act with judge advocate generals, which is military law. So basically, we did this whole thing, and when you connect all the dots, they set the stage, in my opinion, with what's here, it's in black and white, that he wrote that executive order that is still in place to set the stage for some sort of hybrid connection between those 600,000 federal sealed indictments and some kind of procedure for courts martial for United States citizens that are classified as enemy combatants. That's where all that sauce leads to. And now, obviously, we were told there's 20 judge advocate generals that were brought into DC. There's 600 more being requested for immigration cases. I mean, I think to all of us, it's obvious where this is headed. You were just posting the other day some of the memes that we've all shown of Trump saying, who's ready for public televised tribunals. You put all that together, and I don't think there's any of us, at least me personally, and I think most of the audience, I don't think we're concerned that we're not gonna get to see that, because I just think there's too much evidence that we will. My question to you is, we see this buildup, but obviously, there's gonna need to be something or a series of somethings. Look, we've gotten the military into the cities without people really flipping their lid. That's worked brilliantly. I guess my question is, and again, we're speculating, but how do you think we get from where we are right now to a point where, the average Joe is going to be like, yeah, shit, we do need tribunals. There's no other way to do this. What if you had to speculate, how do we get there?
Well, what they're doing. I mean, the narrative is I'll reference Lieutenant Colonel Bosey that I'm on with a lot, Lieutenant Colonel Operations Australia, but it's like, special operations it depends on what it is. It's always 2 to 3 to 5 weeks ahead, 2 to 3, 5 months ahead, 2 to 3, 5 years ahead, depending on what it is. So, that's why I try to tell patriots, if you think that you're twiddling your thumbs, you ought to feel what it feels to be someone like us, because we're like, dude, it's like we're 2 and 3 years behind, like the Venezuela thing. April 1st, 2020, Southern Command launched the Enhanced Counter Narcotics Operation. That's 22 joint partners. And it's word for word of what's taking place, what people are just now seeing in Venezuela. Now, I mean, that's 5 years ago. I mean, you think there's special operations right there. Insurrection Act, same thing. When you're in a defined military occupation, a continuity government, President Trump's dropping exile. Back in February this year, a little reporter asked about a puppet government and government in exile over in Russia. There's your Russia comp. That was in February. That reporter, she don't know to ask that question.
Right.
That was told, I mean, and we're talking about a young reporter. They kind of showed her, and her little voice was just as soft and sweet. You could tell she was probably straight out of college, right? So it's like, I'm like, they don't know that. They don't know any of that terminology. And you could comb back over. I don't know how you do it, but you could do it. It'd take a while, but you could go back from January the 19th, 2017 back and see how many times mainstream media used any law war manual terms in their actual headlines. You're not going to find that because there was no need to. So everything President Trump says, occupied territory, occupied country, law war, it's all law war manual, right? The puppet government and the occupied country in the same chapter in the law war manual, military occupation, boom, white flag of surrender, capitulations. It's all there. Special operations, unconventional warfare are your government in exile, all right, your shadow governments and those things. So the straw man, that's all. People heard about the straw man. Go read about the hollow man. You'll love that. So I'm giving some people some stuff to go research. Go research the hollow man, unconventional warfare strategy. It's all strategies. It's not a person, right? So there's little things that people can just sink their teeth into. So what they're showing people right now, President Trump, he's not tweeting a whole lot, truthing, whatever you want to call it. He's real quiet, somewhat. And then he's in quote unquote Malaysia, right? Thailand and Japan and all these other things and signing all these deals. Just the deals alone. See, people hear a deal and they don't realize that, we're talking about trade. We're talking about food sources and all kinds of other sources. Those are big deals. The tariffs are defense mechanisms. That's an emergency power. So a lot of people are not even correlating that and how big that is. They just think it's all part of a budget. And no, it's bigger than that. The only way President Trump was able to go in all these nations, even though capitulations way back 2017, 2020, that there's no way he went in there as a regular sitting president and did and commanded what he did. There's no way. He was able to walk in there because he's got the whole military backing him. All right, this is that is the strategic plan. That's the special operation. Argentina, presidents don't endorse other foreign leaders. That is not the case. All right, that could also show another kind of allegiance another way. That's how the deep state was formed. That shows you this is a special operation. Argentina was the president he left on the stage way back in the first term, sitting there looking around like, what do I do? And he just walked up there and patted him on the shoulder and walked right off and left the guy going, what do I do? This whole thing, right? All that. So the narrative they're building, President Trump's he's not truthing a whole lot right now. He's not saying a whole lot. When he does, it's something that has a calm in it that leads to a law war manual, not a government thing. It's always the military. All right. So we know what Q talks about in October, all those things. But, I don't think things should be a doomsday. I don't know. That's just me. But I think that, the all roads lead to Obama. They got everybody engaged right now. The Epstein stuff, the Merrick Garland, Eric Holder, Jack Smith. President Trump just talked about them again. This Letitia James, all these things. So I think they're building that narrative now, right? Getting that chatterbox going. Now, personally, I think something's going to happen between here and July the 4th because I don't know how else we can have the most iconic, historical 250th birthday if we're still in this knit-knack and all this other stuff. So something, the all roads lead to Obama, all those things, how they're going to do it, I don't know. I'm not a part of that. I have a lot of speculations. But if you look at the target audience, though, the liberals are they're out there. I mean,
4 to 6%
They're out
got.
there.
Yeah.
Your Republican target audience, your regular target audience, they don't know. They're like they seem that way. The ones I see, and I don't get to see a whole lot because I'm so busy doing other things. But the ones I hear when people are telling me what they've seen and what they're reading, what they're hearing, there's a lot of people who are like sitting on the fence, right? They want to believe, but they don't. So, President Trump's got to look like he's going to lose before he wins. That's just the whole part of the art of the comeback, and things of that nature. But, right now he's winning with all the deals. He said, I've ended 8 wars in 8 months, and more to come. But, Russia and Ukraine, real quick, while I'm there, I last night, 12 a.m., so it's early this morning, really not last night, I'm sitting there on the flight out, and there's a Russian C-130 taking off at a normal airport in Jordan, which is one of our major non-NATO allies. All right. And we had a U.S. military Cessna, a little bitty thing, take off from the same airport at the same time period that the Russian C-130 is making circles around in Jordan. Now, ladies and gentlemen, in layman's terms, and in a way, and not to make you feel dumb, but if Russia and Ukraine were in a legit war, Russia wouldn't be in one of our non-NATO major allies just rolling around in a C-130 military aircraft. It just don't. Now, that's not a one and done. I have other Russian aircraft, military aircraft, in other nations, allied nations, all right, all the way back to 2022 and beyond, but the ones that I started screenshotting for people. Russia and Ukraine were in Israel the week they claim that the war started, October the 7th, 2023. There's Russian and Ukraine military at the same time period in Israel. No,
Make it make sense.
Right. I like I tell people, if they were in a legit war, they wouldn't be there together. And then 2, they wouldn't be out of their nations. It would be a true, what they call an old school no-fly zone, and it would be a lockdown, and they would be engaged. So you wouldn't see these military aircraft everywhere. All right. And so Ukraine aircraft were on our bases, right? And not just bases, on regular airports, military Ukrainian on our regular base, and then also on airport. I tell people, today there were reserve aircraft up, helicopters everywhere. All right. They're not training. You'll hear a few veterans out there that don't have a clue what's going on, what's been invoked, all the unique laws and order. I'm like, they're not training. That ain't how we train. They're not flying from freaking Indiana all the way down to Arkansas or wherever. Arkansas has their own National Guard. They have their own reserve components. They wouldn't need. It's all an operation. So now, what are they all doing individually? There's no way to know that everything. I would have to know certain things. There's a way to speculate. There's a way to know certain things, yes. But this is a massive moving piece, right? And so I don't know what they're going to do. I mean, the speculations, Obama is piping up again. Hillary's talking trash again. Like I tell people, so Obama and Hillary, those are your 2 key big name figures, right? But James Comey. So Comey, if he's free to roam, then how come he can't? This is not a Nintendo, by the way. This is my phone cover. Right. But if he was free to roam, then it's just like me. I just picked up my phone. I'm free. I don't like calling myself a public figure, but whatever. I get for sake of here. I mean, I have my phone. This is mine. This is my thing, right? I can get on X right here, right now. I have access, right? James Comey has 1.1 million followers alone on X. I mean, the old school swamp that we all lived under, because if you're over 40, you've seen it, right? It was dog eat dog. It was this, that, and other, and someone talk trash. He hasn't posted on X since June the 10th, ladies and gentlemen. But there's videos of him, but I'm going to take down Trump. I'm going to get him. I'm not afraid of Trump. Oh, Trump did. Mainstream media captured. if he was free to roam and he was going to take down president, why wouldn't he be talking to his 1.1 million followers? Right? That's the best place. Who revolutionized social media? President Donald John Trump. Right. So why wouldn't James Comey be over on X talking to his 1.1 million followers? So that shows people, if they'll just divorce their emotions and feelings, all right, but also think of yourself. We're guilty. We all have it. We have to have them today. We have to, because everything about our lives are facilitated around this phone, right? And it's a good when it's good. You have an emergency, got a phone right there, all right? But there's other things as well. So they're good when they're good. But I make that point to say some people can't see that because they go, well, why it shows they're posting? No, they're not. If this was free to roam, Comey could do just the same thing that Obama's doing, all right? Same thing. He could be talking to his people. If he can get on a video, why isn't that same video on his X account? Why? So that could show people right there that, so Obama's piping off, Hillary's piping off again. They're talking trash. They got Obama on regular TV commercials. Yes, on 50. So they got him piping off again. All right. So they're building a narrative. They're bringing him, because in reality, same thing with the Epstein files. If they had anything on President Trump, they would have used those from 2021 to 2025, but especially during the election year. That would have been the perfect thing. If his name was in there, you would use that in the election cycle, because they never shied away from dirt in the first place. There's your old school swamp. So if he was little things like that. So to the average normal crowd, where was Obama and Hillary from 2021 to 2025? Right? Occasionally they'd show little excerpts here, but they weren't heavily involved. They weren't heavily active. They weren't heavily visual. They weren't heavily doing this, right? They weren't. Now all of a sudden they're heavy again. So they're building the narrative.
Reintroducing the cast of characters. Yep.
That and President Trump, he's that the one thing he's consistent with is the one bit where he says all roads lead to Obama, read truth if you want to see military tribunals. And then he amped it up with obviously the AI video of, Obama getting arrested. But that's all good. That's what they're doing, building all this, right? And like I tell people, if you say President Trump was right about everything, then you can't go, oh, he's just a troll. He's just trolling them. We're never going to see anything. I mean, there's all kinds of things with Republicans. We're never going to see anything. Nothing's going to change until this. That attitude, you don't even need that attitude. Like, have the positive attitude. Have the positive. Like, if President Trump walked up to you today, you want to be the same consistent person. All right. You want to be positive. All right. But I don't know what they're going to do. That's like that tipping point.
Right.
But it is coming. Knowing President Trump, he'll be 80 June the 14th of this coming year. All right. In the normal real time, real setting, my dad told us one other day, he's 83. And he said, I'm in my fourth quarter of life. I'm in my fourth quarter. All right. I want my dad's fourth quarter to be smooth sailing. Right. Now, I want him to live to be 100 and whatever years old. But no matter how long he lives in this fourth quarter, I want it to be smooth sailing. And I do everything to make my dad have a good life. Right. I do that. I contribute to that. Same thing with my mother. All right. So President Trump, his fourth quarter should be smooth sailing. Right. And it should be sitting at the golf course knowing his name is exonerated, knowing that all these people who hated, mocked him, held up severed head, all these people who rooted for that, cheered for that, wake up. You've seen it on the X. They'll say, "Oh, is he dead yet? Is the obituary up yet?" I mean, we've seen some stuff, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm not talking about just paid opposition. We're talking about some real people out there who really believe like that. Those are the people who have to be. That's where he's got to be exonerated. It's not me. It's not you. It's not us. It's not these patriots in the comment box. No, it ain't us. That's the people who have to. His name has to be exonerated with. And he said, I will be exonerated. He didn't just mean in the courtroom. He meant exonerated, meaning everything, that 45-47. So in order for him to be that 80 and 90-year-old, look, we don't know how long that is, but we know he's in the fourth quarter. His fourth quarter should be smooth sailing, and it should be happy because he put his name, brand, face, and image. And not only him, he put his children up because they were all old enough to know what he was signing on to. and his grandchildren and their children. And he told everybody January 2021, he said something like 7 greats. He said, your great grandchildren will live to talk about this day. Well, it wasn't some old white man being inaugurated, which he wasn't inaugurated, right? Joe Biden was not inaugurated. That was a military funeral. All right, that's military custom. So, but for the people who still think that or may not have seen me, us, anybody, it wouldn't be no old white man being inaugurated, right? Look, we're white men here, right? We have to make jokes. So it would be another white man being inaugurated, right? It wouldn't be that, right? Now, yeah, I guess you can make your jokes about, his whitey tighties and ice cream or something, but other than that, that's not iconic or historic to be talking about 7 generations out, right? So that's something's going to transpire to that. But, people I get messages like, oh, is something going to happen to President Trump over here? And I'm like, no, it's not. It won't be something like that. But it's got to be something that Obama's piping off and, they're making him look like he's a saint, and we gotta do this and we gotta take back our country. He's talking that kind of rhetoric. So they're painting him to be with his people and the fence sitters. They're painting him back to be this elegant guy, this suave dude, this debonair guy. Oh, that's a real gentleman and he's not controversial. They're painting that narrative, right? And those are the ones that when they see what all they're linked to. And the way you do that, I still think, is the emergency alert system, because that's how you flip everybody's phones and TVs all at one time and get everybody to where you can't be like, dude, did your phone do that? Everybody's sitting there watching the same thing, and then everybody sees it at once. I think that would be a great strategy. I don't know why else they would have been advertising, get a emergency radio, the whole rallies of President Trump in 2022, 2023. That's all they advertised was get your emergency radio, and they did tests, and they got numbers up on their website right now that like 89% of people received it. That's pretty doggone good. And we're talking about rural areas. When we're talking about South Dakotas and North Dakotas, and we're talking about some rural areas. You see in the South right now, anybody's driving around Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, and parts down here, they're putting out these new fiber optic cables everywhere. So they're, that's enhancing things. And I'm talking about they're working Saturday, Sunday, 7 p.m., 8 p.m. I'll see them out there on Saturdays and Sundays. They're getting these in the ground. That's going to do some of those things. Your emergency phones, here's another thing. President Trump just truth yesterday or whatever it was about the senators. They spied on our senators. Well, people forget about the 50 senators who had emergency satellite phones.
Yeah, that was 2023. Yeah,
that's right. So
and look at the fact that most of the newer phones have satellite capability.
That's
well,
right.
And the thing is too, real quick, is every time somebody brings up the emergency alert, it's in the drops. It is there. Then naturally people go to what some other people have said of they're going to show everything in one day and everything's going to come out okay, it doesn't need to be. I don't think that's possible personally, but one emergency alert with it wouldn't be possible, but just speculating here, one emergency alert or one emergency alert from the military with one proof of something. But right then and there, that could be a way to trigger into a tribunal. And if you start to think about it, if the problem is bad enough that the military is saying, hey, by the way, we're going to take care of this one. Well, all of a sudden, all that the volleyball game that we see on television of, they indicted him, so Trump's indicting him, that all goes out the window because now it's the military saying, okay, never mind. You know what? Forget all that stuff. We're going to come in and fix this. So it doesn't have to be,
That's where I go back and I tell people, if you doubt the military, you got 800 generals, right? And admirals. They're all walks of life. They're all ethnicities, nationalities, races, religion. I mean, at some point when people don't believe, they can't yell culture anymore. They can't yell things like that. If you want DEI, we'll give it to you, right? There's a ton of generals and admirals, and they're men and women, all right? and they're all walks of life. They're not all straight either, right? There's some that are gay, absolutely. What they disclose to people, who knows? But you will at least see diversity. You'll see all colors, all races, ethnicities, nationalities, right? So at some point, you're going to have to trust and believe someone. The only way you're going to do that is knowing your foundation and what goes for that. But when you flip that narrative and you put that on people and all their phones and TVs, they kind of showed that with the Charlie Kirk thing. There was a lot of things they showed with the Charlie Kirk. And you just talked about the DOJ. The DOJ would be the last person, anybody with any kind of IQ, sense, whatever, book knowledge, whatever, if you were to say, hey, on a presidential emergency action document, on a continuity of government, it's draft classified. The public can't know about it till they want you to know about it, if they want you to know about it. But who do you think would hold that classification with the president? Most people would think that it's the military generals, admirals. They might go next to the Department of War. They might go next to the Congress. It's the Department of Justice. So see, when Benny Johnson was at the funeral without a casket, right, and no burial place, Benny Johnson said, a godly government took over this nation. We have the Department of War here and the Department of Justice all represented right here. Well, they weren't the only ones in the building. The president was there, the vice president, the cabinet, Stephen Miller. Everybody was there.
Everybody.
All right? Everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a national security disaster. Now, for the target audience, for the patriots, it's a no-brainer. It's all theater, etc. But for the target audience, that'll be a national security disaster, not just for enemy, but it's look at the location, tsunamis, monsoons, and then you also have earthquakes in that region. I mean, you could have had an earthquake and then the building caved. I mean, there's a lot of things that people don't think about. That's your critical thinking that most people don't think about. They think, oh, well, why would the enemy? Well, one, they broadcasted everybody they were all going to be there. They forecasted that. They said this. Hey, everybody's going to be. That would have been that. Also, in executive orders for artificial intelligence and also continuity government, President Trump's had 7 this year alone on artificial intelligence executive actions. And then the continuity government, the 14239, all these tie into freedom of speech, which are actually put in some of these executive orders, freedom of speech, and then the national security specialty event. That's NSSE. There's only been 3 funerals in history that required that type of security. We had Ford, and you had Reagan, and then Bush. All right. But what are the odds that Reagan and Ford are the 2 with the executive orders for assassinations? I mean, you can't make this stuff up, right? So all that ties in. So there's a lot of things that tie in, all these variables. And I did the breakdown of the laws and orders plus the visuals. I did that on one video. I'm like, if you want to argue that this is all military, the NSSEs, right? And then, Department of War, Department of Justice, everybody in one building, that would have been a breach of national security. It would have been stupid. That's another thing that in a normal setting, in a real setting, you could go, that's stupid. Like, that's something that could lose public trust on the flip and go, that's the dumbest thing they could have ever done. It could have looked bad for the public if they ever put the logic there. If that was a real time to go, why would President Trump put every freaking body in one building, right? He wouldn't. So there's a lot of things that's showing people and teaching people as well. And so like little things like that are big things, but Department of Justice and the president. So all those things roll into what I talk about, the emergency alert, where it would be beneficial to there may be a general assembly, like they show the generals, all right, and then they have military, but then they have this personnel that walk out. Maybe that's where they undo them. If they undid their mask, everyone on one stage at an arena like that, with everybody's phone flip, nobody can say, I didn't see that, or, oh, that's AI. No, if everybody's phone and TV are all, the only way you would escape it is turn your phone off, turn your TV off, and walk outside and go hiking, hunting, fishing, golfing. That's the only way you escape it, right? But if everybody's phone and TVs are flipped, no one can be able to say, oh, that's BS, that's AI, that's it. No, if it was a true, not a takeover the wrong way, but you take over the systems and then you put this out. And I think it don't last a day. It would have to be well over a day. But how else do you also broadcast the quick trials? It's got to be universal. It cannot be where certain people have the option that yes, they can turn it off, but if they think it's over and they turn their TV on, they keep flipping channels. Every channel's the same thing, right? Every channel.
No, some of them, it doesn't have to be hundreds of them, but some of the key ones are going to have to be.
Oh yeah.
Everyone's eyes on it. Everyone's eyes on it. It has to be that way. I don't see.
And what you brought up before in regard to the planes and the fact that, they were all in one place at one time. People don't get it. One of the key things also that people have tended to forget is this is not a United States operation. This is a global operation. So obviously, again, with the planes taken off from the same airport, with all the key people being in one place, you're going to advertise that. There's nobody to attack because we're all working together.
Well, another thing, too, that ties it is also with Charlie Kirk is the whole fact that nobody talked about, the ones that thought it was real, nobody talked about goriness, none of that. Oh, God. I can't look at that. They've been watching Walking Dead, Yellowstone, Ozark. I mean, those three alone, especially Yellowstone and Ozark, has some of the goriest scenes you'll ever see in your life. They look real. I mean, so, they also they've proven that the public is desensitized to a quick trial.
Absolutely. Yep. Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. Mark, you had a question about the shutdown. I think you want to go to.
Yeah. Well, we're talking about all of that stuff. With the shutdown being almost at a month now, and we know that the president has the powers at a particular point to shut down certain programs and this and that and the other, and just eliminate them. What other powers do they have in regard to all the people who've walked out, people who haven't gotten paid? One of the things that occurred to me, I know they don't have the power to do that, but all these people aren't getting paid. Why don't they just seize the pay of the senators and Congress people who aren't working and pay these people? There's money right there, but what powers does he have to try and kind of break the back of this publicly, and in the meantime take away a lot of their key programs that we know have to disappear because of DOGE and what's coming forward?
Well, that gets into your Article 2 powers, and people think that the president don't have certain powers, et cetera. He does. I mean, you got to go. First thing I tell people to get a solid foundation is to read the Constitution, but then also read the Federalist Papers. The Federalist Papers cover a lot of these because the Federalist Papers were those three, Alexander Hamilton, John Jay, and James Madison, trying to convince the people of the states that, hey, the Constitution is going to be good for this. It's going to be good for that. So it talks about, in Federalist Paper number 29, it talks about the posse comitatus. All right, and it talks about how if so-and-so, and it tells like if so-and-so is doing the right thing, then how dare you question that the president do certain things? I mean, it's very specific. So like the president, all these people out there, and I know someone messaged me today about they said they work for the government and they're not getting paid or something like that. And I'm like, first off, the first thing I always go to, I say, are you a President Trump supporter? Yes or no? It's just a straight up question. Did you vote for him? And if they say yes, and I'm like, okay, well then let me get my hat out. Let me say, all right, so do you know what this represents? The 45-47. They already knew this. Whole thing's, it's a strategic plan. I know people get tired of hearing that, but they already had this plan. They already knew that. Same thing when I tell people about the banks way back. I say, hey, don't freak out. No, don't go take all your money out. When they want you to know, if they want you to do something, President Trump's going to tell you. You listen to the mouth of the horse. You don't go back over to the jackasses following way back there. They're a jackass for a reason. All right. Now they have a place in a role, but they're a jackass, right? So, there is a role for asses in life, but it's just normally one thing, right? So the horse, right? So little things like that. Now his powers, he has a ton of powers under one executive order with one national emergency unlocks 120 statutory powers. So he has a lot of powers. And that's what people don't realize. There goes that deep state again. When the deep state put in the War Powers Act of 73, that's where they try to limit the president. This is what's so cool about all this is we have reached a place where when people say he don't have that authority, well, here's why he does. We're at the Declaration of Independence again. We're not at the Insurrection Act, the Posse Comitatus Act. We're not at any of those things. We're back to the Declaration of Independence. But when a long train of abuses and usurpations become destructive and all the things, we're at that destruction. We were at that. So we're resetting everything. So he has the power to do all that just based off that alone. Then the national emergencies. So Congress in 1951 put term limits on the president, but not themselves, right? So that was a violation already of the United States Constitution. Article 2, Section 1, Clause 1, it just says that the president's to serve 4 years in a term. James Madison and Alexander Hamilton, two of the three authors that I just named of the Federalist Papers, their quotes in history said that a president should be able to serve unlimited lifetime, as many times as people want to vote them in. So Congress, 1951, 1973, Congress amended the 1941 and 42 War Powers Acts, and they said that made it to where a president can only declare a national emergency and then give 48 hours notice to use the military. All right. Well, there's been some abuse of that. Absolutely. But that was also abuse. The abuse came when Congress overstepped the Constitution. Those Congresses. Well, who were those Congresses? Let's look back at JFK and what happened there, then Lyndon Johnson, etc. All right. So that's where the battle started. The president, Nixon, people trying to do the right thing, but then they were battling this deep swamp, right? And all this, the swamp, money, the lust of money, the lust of power, the lust of wealth. So we're well past that. So that's why I laugh at the Insurrection Act. I laugh at the Posse Comitatus. I laugh at all that because none of that. That's just distraction pieces. But that's what the target audience has to hear because it's lawful. But the laws come in back here with Article 2, and then what actually took place. Why is President Trump doing what he's doing? How does he have the authority and the power? It's because of Congress in 73. So President Trump has 8 executive orders right now. Well, from 2017 to 2021, he has 8 executive orders with 8 national emergencies. That is 120 statutory powers per every national emergency. So if one gets terminated, there's still 7 there. It's the same 120 powers, but it's the same thing, right? So he's able to do what he's doing. He's able to say what he's saying. He's able to act the way he's acting because he's just the face of it. It's the generals and the admirals back here doing all the real work, and then also all the components of government, et cetera. So the government shutdown part is all strategic pre-planned. And here's another reason, right? We were talking about this earlier, but I posted it right before I came on here, is that how's President Trump flying to Thailand and Japan, all right, $200,000 per hour to operate Air Force One. All right, so it's about a 15-hour flight, depending on which way you go, where you were before, whatnot, could be longer, but still, you just do your math on that. All right. Did Joe Biden, for the people who thought Joe Biden was real, did he know to fund that? Because all the Air Force One operations are funded the year before. All right. And because there's no continuing resolution that's been passed, that's what the whole shutdown thing, that's what Mike Johnson keeps saying. We have a perfect CR. We have a perfect CR. That's a continuing resolution. We have a perfect CR. What's President Trump flying on? Credit? All right. What's he flying? So that shows people out there it's all strategically and pre-planned because they know what's coming this year. They know it's going to, everything's already been pre-funded. Everything is.
And then you just had that. And you just happen to have the one of the heir apparents of the Mellon banking family came in and supposedly paid the money for the military. To
130
me, I
million.
think that, I think that's all just a cover story. And I wouldn't be surprised to hear if in a couple of days, like Trump's like, oh, we got somebody to pay the air traffic controllers, and then we got somebody to pay this. And in reality, it's exactly what Derek's saying. It's all just cover story for what's really going on in the background. It makes perfect sense.
The other thing is you get the deep state and those linked to it, but it may not be a big name. You're never going to know them because it wasn't trauma fed all those years, but it's someone that was a little tiny piece back here, but you're still spending their dirty money on good stuff, right? So President Trump said it from day one. We're not paying for it anymore. Someone else will. And there's links to that all along the way where someone else paid for it. And it Johnson & Johnson, prime example. Johnson & Johnson, the $572 million. They lost a court case in Oklahoma way back in 2020, I think it was, August 2020. Well, the same month is when the DIA put out about, operations in Iran, the underground tunnels, etc. So all of it ties in. But our military, June 24, 2018, military.com put out that the Army's spending $572 million training our soldiers for our next wars to be underground in mega cities, not inside them, but beneath them. And then Johnson & Johnson loses a court case. Opioids? President Trump, Executive Order 13784, one of those, right? Is it opioids? $572 million? Underground tunnels? We didn't pay for it. They did. So you take their dirty money. It's the same thing what the Bible talks about when a man, man makes evil, God can make for good. Or, sometimes it's vice versa. What God has for good, a man can make evil. But what man has made evil, God can turn for good. So you can take dirty money and cleanse it. It's still money, right? You can cleanse it and you go, you're paying for it. We're not doing this. You are. And that's how they bust all these people. But some of these people weren't big name faces, and they would never be that to certain people. And they may not have been a treasonous person. They may have been just someone who was an accomplice on something low level, but they were busted. But then we're like, okay, well, we know how to get you. Zuckerberg, same thing. Zuckerberg started dumping $25 million of stuff a day, right?
Yep.
So there's ways that you go, all right, well, I know how to get you. This is what's going to happen. This is what you were doing. But they may not have committed treason, which is automatic death penalty. But there's ways. So it's like I tell people, like, we still got to find the good in people. Now, and when it's bad and it's treason, death penalty. When it's bad and it's child trafficking, death penalty. But when you get down to these lower levels still, there's still a way for someone to be, humiliation, punishment, but then to rehabilitate. All right. And then what Americans do is just write everybody off for having one bad day. You write everybody off, right? You got a bad life. No, it's not that. We got to start looking in the positive and the good in people. And when there's not, what people do is when they look for bad and negative and they can't find it, they create it. Right. And like, how do you have that kind of time to sit and worry about other people? First off, it's beyond me. But then two, like, sharpen your skill sets, yes, to identify things. But if we never have to do that, great. If we can uplift somebody or help somebody, whatever it is, that's the stuff we got to get back to. So it's the same thing. So President Trump, the liberals, they think the only reason, this is why I tell people, hey, I love the way the liberals are acting, because anytime you support a criminal or you say something about a criminal, this ain't where you find the good in a criminal. When they have a record of drug trafficking is one of the key ties to child trafficking that funds it. Yep. Right. So like I tell people, their due process went out the window because they weren't doing the right thing from the beginning. Right. If you're running on a boat and your boat gets hit by one of our military, what were you doing on the boat? What were you doing in those operations? You were in that. You had a choice. We all have a choice in life. They made their choice. I've made mine. How did I get where I am? Well, they did that. There's consequences to it. And they're facing that. And again, though, when you say, all right, you spit on a cop, you're going to jail. Well, it's going to be some guinea pigs out there. They're going to find out. And then when you start doing that, though, when you say, all right, here, if you do this, this is what's going to happen. And you start doing that, pretty soon people are going to go, I ain't doing that. I mean, in Texas, we were still hanging people up to 1935 in Texas for stealing a horse. All right. And they made the town watch it. So if you sitting there and what did he do? He stole a horse. You think people are going to steal many horses? No, because they show people what the punishment will be. So see, President Trump looks like the big bad wolf. Most people love it, and we will, and they are. But that audience out there that's still doing that, well, they'll get with the program because once they see that, okay, we're in control, this is for your own good kind of deal. You know, everybody had a spanking in life, their mom and dad. So this is for your own good. Well, you're going to find out over here why it was for your own good. And they're going to find that out. And then we get to tell, are they good people? Because if they're still supporting criminals like that, oh, they deserve due process and all that stuff when they have records, then we know what kind of person they are and to keep tabs on them and to make sure they are never in a position of representation because they're going to be compromised. They're the kind who can be bought, and those are the kind that grow the swamp back.
See, and you go back to what I said before about short-term memory problems. Back during AIDS, and then again during COVID, it became assault if you were to spit on somebody. And so now, with all this stuff going on, and not the diaper boy in office, all of a sudden you could spit on somebody else, especially a police officer or a military person. It's not a problem.
Yeah, well, that's gonna get remedied right quick. But I want to pivot here. Speaking of central casting, I have two different news stations on that have been talking about this dude all day, and I've been saying this, Derek. I believe. Sorry to my friends in New York. I have a feeling my friends in New York are about to get the Joe Biden treatment. But let's. It just came out today, this Mamdani character that, wouldn't you know it, he's funded by Soros. What a shock. But listen to this clip where, and I, like you said, Derek, I'm with you on the media being controlled. I'm very much with you on the narratives being put out. We focus a lot on certain ones like Fox News. I mean, they're constantly giving you nuggets. And listen to what this person says today on, I think this might have been Fox Business, but basically about, hey, you know what? Maybe New York needs to learn a lesson. And I think that's what my theory has been with this dude for a while. So let's take a quick listen to this.
We're at peak Mamdani, and we're not going to see much more. Look, I think what's going to happen is he's going to give us a test case of socialism in a very big city and show how it doesn't work. I didn't want it to go this way. Other people have talked about how New York has to fail to improve it. I don't want it to fail. But you could see a situation where he tries all these ridiculous ideas. The government owns stores, grocery stores, free buses, the whole thing. And it's not going to work. It's absolutely not going to work. So I think, let it go. Maybe something good comes out of this. That's all I can think of. And also, it's just going to spur the flight of people out of New York.
Right.
All of the realtors that I know up in Westchester are like, yeah, we're going to get some of these people. No, they're going to Texas.
They see big business coming.
So Derek, excuse me. I'm just watching how, look, I hate to call it a cartoon narrative because not all of it is fake, but the cartoon narrative we're being given about like our eyes with the ICE facilities, right? It's not hundreds of ICE facilities being attacked. It's like, look here in Broadview, Illinois, then look here in Portland, and look here, these two places, right? And the one place that was like the ground zero for the migrant show that we watched at the Roosevelt Hotel was New York City. And there's been, a couple of dust ups there, but very, very little. And Trump hasn't even mentioned about sending the military into New York or any of that. But this dude, all eyes in the country are being put on this dude. The story gets more ridiculous every day. I don't believe Soros is still around to be funding everybody. It's interesting how they just keep connecting all the money to the same people. I guess my question off the top of your head, do you think we're looking at the Joe Biden model 2.0 for New York City here, central casting?
Well, it is at the time being per se, but that's another thing that if you can't believe in an operation and then believe that, like what she was saying that it's going to be, let them have it and it becomes social, because that would run into your 2026, right? And that President Trump gave markers Memorial Day 2025 to July 4, 2026. If you have one of the largest cities in the United States of America under a socialist type dude, that would absolutely destroy everything in another kind of manner. Now, for the people that thinks it's real, depending on what side of the aisle they're on, they could probably believe that narrative and think that may be good for America to see that. And I'm like, could backfire, if that was a real setting. But President Trump said we're not going to let it happen. So that would be another thing, is that President Trump said we're absolutely not going to let these lunatics do this. So for the real people, for the real time, the target audience, that would be President Trump losing if that happened. We're not going to let this happen. So there's a lot of things that would go wrong if that was a real time scenario. But in the operational standpoint of it, the mainstream media, they are captured, and there's plenty of ways to prove that via laws and orders and President Trump's, posts, etc. So I think right now that's a distraction piece still, because it is New York City. It is it is his hometown, his home city. It's hard to say town because, anybody's been to New York, that is, there's no way I would ever live in New York. You couldn't pay me enough money to live there. But New York City, rather. I could live in New York, but not New York City. But other than that, I think it's just part of the distractions. George Soros, again, you can't, not you, but people, you can't believe that he's still free to roam and believe that President Trump's able to do what he's doing everywhere. Because that is one dude who was an evil son of a gun and had a thumbtack on the whole world and the planet at one time. That was the deep state person that the whole thing is about, taking that person out and then all the rats connected to it. And there were a lot of them. But that's why it took some time. So some of the operations been real, absolutely. But it started way back, but where President Trump is now, if it was real time, it wouldn't look anywhere remote close to what it looks like. There would still be some, some key visuals that people would see that would go, there's none of that. So, but I do think that the distractions are necessary because it's how they're setting it up. And there was so much stuff that has to be disclosed. I know people get tired of hearing that. I get it. But there's so much stuff that the target audience have not been even paying attention to. And some of it, they still won't pay attention to it. Theater or not, doesn't matter. Some people just are not, showing the initiative, the care. The good thing is that we know what 2 percentile, really less than that, of a population did in the Revolutionary War. We know what that did. But when you flip the picture around, the liberals on X were bragging about the 7 million out at the No Keynes rally. And I'm like, that 7 million divided by 347 million is only 2% of the nation. Right. And your 2% are not doing anything. Protesting is not doing anything. Fighting in the comment is not doing anything. So like we're laughing at you in another way. So our 2% a lot stronger. So President Trump, they all knew this. The generals, the admirals, the whole plan, when they devised the plan, they all knew this. And it's so strategic. There's so many loopholes that were covered. Like I show people the Title 50, Chapter 33, 1550. It talks about the first 180 days, every 180 days thereafter. And then it says in the preceding 180 days. That means there's no loopholes, right? So everything is in a choreographed timeline. So this stuff, same thing. Now, for the people in New York, it's a wake up to get them off the couch, whatever it is. Like get involved the right way. That's what I tell people: yelling, screaming, kicking, cussing. It's not going to get it done either. It's knowing your laws, your orders, your basic core functions of the 3 branches of government, and then knowing your representatives and what they're supposed to be standing for. And that's where the Federalist Papers are very key, very key.
It's got a lot of people's attention up there, and one of two things is going to happen. It's either the people are going to step up. I mean, they left them a choice basically between Cuomo, we know his background, and this dude. Unfortunately, as much as I respect Curtis Sliwa, he just doesn't pull enough. So, yeah, I think one or two things is going to happen. This guy's either going to lose, or what I have a feeling is going to happen is he's going to win, which is going to be a shock to the system. And then I would guess and I'm just speculating, they've seeded enough stuff about his citizenship and his background and his financing. I could see them popping him in there for a month or two, just to kind of shock the system and scare people, and then have some kind of takedown or something. It's interesting, but it's garnering a lot of attention, and it doesn't surprise me now that they're trying to bring some focus down to a little bit more of the local level in what is, arguably the most powerful city in the country. So it's no shock. And the way they're just beating it I mean, here, it's on the screen again right now, nonstop. Like, there's your clue. When we always say one of the things we say is if it's over the top, it's an op. Well, it's also like if it's nonstop, it's probably an op, because they're just drilling it over and over and over again. Mark, I don't know if you have anything else. I got one more thing I want to run. And then if you have any other follow-ups, we can keep going.
I was just going to comment on what you were just saying, because it's not just, New York is obviously a linchpin there, but it's happening. It's like a media setup almost, because it's happening in New Jersey. It's happening, look at what they're presenting in Virginia.
Yep.
And how they set that up. So it's happening in a bunch of places. And you look at what they're doing, like the two focus points that Derek was talking about just a couple of minutes ago, it's Chicago and Portland. You go back and forth between that, and they're setting it up almost like exposure for dummies. You're playing this in a manner in which people can, you'd have to be a dummy not to see the ridiculousness of what's going on in Portland and Chicago. You have to be a dummy not to see that this guy who wishes an opponent and his kids dead, all these things that they're putting out.
That's the best guy they could come up with to run for AG in Virginia, right? Like the best person they could come up to run for governor of New Jersey couldn't walk at the Naval Academy because she was in a cheating thing, and she got fined in Congress for insider trading, and she doesn't know where $7 million came from. Like, those are the best people that these powerful elites can come up with. And even Mamdani, I personally think that Mamdani, and again, I know most people aren't going to think about it the way we do, but we were told by Q, repeats necessary. So let's look at the parallels, right? Here's a guy that's openly a socialist, right? All the Muslim connections. He's got connections. He's got pictures with campaigning with one of the guys that was an unindicted co-conspirator for the 93 World Trade Center bombing. And then on top of that, he's funded by Soros. And Fox News today was calling him his manufactured ascent. So who does that remind you of? Obama? Except what's the difference? We didn't know when they were doing it with Obama. That's the difference, right? That's how where the clue is that it's an operation. Because with Obama, nobody was, I remember watching him rise, and I'm sure there was some very, probably some people here in the audience that are OG conspiracy theorists, but 99% of the population wasn't saying like, hey, do you know this guy kind of came out of nowhere and who funded him? People just didn't do that back then. And then he kind of turned it, then he got in and he was a Trojan horse, and he turned it to basically a socialist. Well, this guy's coming in the front door saying he's a socialist, and he's coming in the front door with everyone saying, hey, his citizenship isn't right. And he's coming in the front door with the Soros money being plastered all over the news. To me, there's a parallel there. It's almost like they're trying to, subliminally maybe do some predictive programming for what really happened with good old Barry.
Obama, Obama missed the most amount of days you can miss as a senator to keep your seat. Mm-hmm. That's like voting for a class president who never comes to class, but also don't know anything about what's going on in the classroom, period. Like that's, and so, so there's a lot of correlation with that. And it's also it's a tester for people voting, because we're still under the Title 32 with the troops at the polls. We're still, which is federal, so it's presidential. All right, and so the Executive Order 13848, the national emergency is still ongoing. So that this is still a tester. People still have to be involved. At least get down to the polls, vote, but also know what you're voting for. We're not a socialist nation. We will never be a socialist nation. We will never be a communist, socialist, fascist, any of those, Nazi, etc. People need to learn their basics again. But I was going to say real quick, I do have to go eat here shortly, so I forgot I got to be at dinner. But
all right, I got one more quick one for you then, just because I a lot of questions about this. You were just making the point Trump's going to be 80, but yet they don't seem to be letting go this narrative of a third term, right? Of Trump 2028. And I don't know about you guys, but I certainly believe that Steve Bannon is playing a key role in this, in the information side of things. I think he knows way more than what he lets on. And when he's somebody that when he talks, I listen. So I want to run this clip from The Economist, and then we could wrap up with this. Just your take on what he's getting at here. Look, Q told us, and Anon asked, is there a plan in place for after Trump? And Q said, yes. What that is, who knows? But Bannon keeps seeding this, and he keeps talking about a plan. So let's just take a listen to this.
Well, he's going to get a third term. So Trump 28, Trump is going to be president in 28, and people just ought to get accommodated with that.
So what about the 22nd Amendment?
There's many different alternatives. At the appropriate time, we'll lay out what the plan is, but there's a plan, and President Trump will be the president in 28. We had longer odds in 16 and longer odds in 24 than we got in 28. And President Trump will be the president of the United States, and the country needs him to be president of the United States. We have to finish what we started. And the way we finish it through Trump is a vehicle. I know this will drive you guys crazy, but he's a vehicle of divine providence. He's an instrument. He's very imperfect. He's not churchy, not particularly religious, but he's an instrument of divine will. And you can tell this of how he's pulled this off. We need him for at least one more term, right? And he'll get that in 28.
You're not driving me crazy. I'm really I'm trying to understand the coherence of the things you've just told me in the last few minutes. On the one hand, you've said the Constitution is fit for purpose. Secondly, you've said that President Trump needs another term, even though the 22nd Amendment makes pretty clear that he cannot have another term.
Why does it make that clear?
Because he's on his second term already.
At some point in time, we will make sure we go through, Zanny, and define all those terms.
Okay? But even if you find a way to undermine you will be undermining the spirit of that amendment, even if you find some way around it. And to those
Can the American people, if the American people, with the mechanisms that we have, put Trump back in office, are the American people tearing up the Constitution? Would that be tearing up?
Well,
would the American people be going against the spirit of the Constitution, ma'am?
I think yes, actually, because I think what you will end up with is a populist justification for a quasi-dictatorship.
That's not true at all.
That's what it sounds like.
Trump is a dictatorship. Did you just see the compromises he had to make on the big, beautiful bill? You see the compromises he has to do on everything, on accommodating Zelensky, on what President Trump. President Trump is nothing but a series of negotiations to kind of keep this thing rolling forward, where he's having trade-offs all the time.
Steve, you've just spent the last 20 minutes telling me we have to smash the other side. There's no room for debate. There's no room for compromise. We must smash them. And now you're telling me this is a negotiation. I mean, that's
no.
I guess that's why it seems to me some kind of tension
First
there.
off, the only way President Trump wins in 2028 and continues to stay in office is by the will of the American people, okay? And the will of the American people is what the Constitution embodies. And so I think we're going to be in good hands there. We need to finish what we started. And President Trump is the instrument, a providential instrument to finish this job.
Derek, what do you think?
Well, one, I've had beef with some of Bannon's people, which is fine because one of them's really low IQ. She's worse than AOC. But still, now, President Trump, I'm a Trump guy, right? And I don't even like calling him Trump, but I mean, I'm retired veteran, know the laws and orders. I know what is operational, what's not. But when President Trump gives you a nickname, it ain't good. All right. When it's a bad nickname, it ain't good. When it's the same nickname as Chris Christie, it ain't good. All right. Now, sure, there still could be some people playing a role, but I won't focus on Bannon so much as the fact that right there, see, he's just beating around the bush. If that was a legit, if she was really wanting to know. If she really wanted to know, then all you got to hit her with, especially when she's used the term quasi, all right, that's in the Federalist Papers. All right, so if she wants to use the term quasi, then you go, okay, well, forget the 22nd Amendment. All right, forget that. That's 1951. Let's go back to the original Constitution, because you just mentioned quasi. So our founders, that James Madison, that wrote that Constitution that you're talking about, we got to go to Article 2, Section 1, Clause 1. In certain portions of the original Constitution that the amendments came from, well, some of the clauses are a prescription, what the Congress is supposed to do and what, they're to do this, right? Like our Electoral Act, it came in 1887. All right. And then when we voted, certain things, 1934. I mean, it took a long time. I mean, they didn't happen all back then. Right, that is your amendment process. That's your laws. That's your set. But if she want, like with her, what I would have done is say, okay, well, hold on. You just used a term that's only been mentioned way back in the origination of the Constitution, and then it wasn't enacted until March 4, 1789. It was written September the 17th, 1787, but it wasn't put into action until March 4, 1789. In between there, we have these things called Federalist Papers, and our founders addressed the quasi. All right, so you just mentioned a term that only our founders talked about. So, and then the Federalist Papers were the three authors, John Jay, Alexander Hamilton, and then James Madison. So what you do with her is you say, if that was a true, genuine question, you say, all right, well, let's go to Article 2, Section 1, Clause 1 of the Constitution. All right, it just says 4 years in a term. So it wasn't a command to the Congress to go, hey, you get to set the date of when, you count the electoral votes. It's not a command. It tells you that the president has 4 years in a term. Our founders never said anything in the sense of in a documentation that it should be this. They derived the whole, the 2-term thing when George Washington voluntarily stepped down. But that has nothing to do with anything. It's not in the Constitution. And the founders left that up to the people. And then when you read the Federalist Papers, it's all about the people. It talks about the people. We, the people, we have the power. All right. And then it talks about us being the government. I mean, there's so many things in the Federalist Papers. It's there. So with someone like that, if that would have been a genuine conversation, then you go, well, you just use the term. So if you're going to go by principles, you're going to go by origin, then you can't be using the term quasi and then turn around and not know what Article 2, which is executive branch, right? And then it says 4 years in a term. You had Roosevelt who served 4 terms, right? Elected by the people. The Congress changed that. That was Congress who changed that. But nowhere is it prescribed in the original Constitution. So to me, like, this is what integrity is, and this is by living by principle. If you don't agree with that, then we need to tear the Constitution up and rewrite another one. Or you're going to fight me for it, because I like the original Constitution and I like our origin and our history and I know it, right? So that's what it goes back to. That's why James Madison with the First Amendment, James Madison was the one who went into Marbury versus Madison and said any statute that looks like a law that doesn't support the Constitution is void. Same thing with the First Amendment. Your First Amendment don't trump mine if mine supports the origin, and the original. So see, like her, that's what we're fighting right now. And you have people who think they know the Constitution. They have no idea about it. All right. Now, 2028, if President Trump wants to do that, then all you do is you call a convention, right? Because by law for the people, you do it the right way, what the people think initially. And you go in there, you call a convention. You need 34 states to do that. All right. Boom. You repeal that. All right. And then I mean, there's a lot that needs repealed. And really, I think we need to go back to like the 13th Amendment, just about. We need to get rid of all of them back to a certain point, if that were me. But you have to do that with getting the people to see the.
Do you think, because look, Trump leans into it too. And again, a lot of these guys that I think have an idea as to what's going on, like Jesse Waters and Gutfeld, like they lean into it too. But I guess what I'm wondering is, like, do you think maybe this is more just like kind of narrative seeding that there's going to be some kind of unwinding of all of this stuff you're saying that theoretically prevents it?
Well, it's going to be an unwind and showing that what he said when he was with the generals. He said, I'm 45, 46, and 47. I don't really want the results of 46. He's already in his third term.
Right.
And it has nothing to do with, losing 2020. All of 2020 was an operation as well. That's where Republicans have got to step up. All the aspect of every single law that's invoked right now as we speak. There's multiple. 99% of your military operations as we speak invoked from 2017 to 2020. Every Title 10 and Title 32 order. If President Trump was a dictator, a threat to the Constitution, a fascist, all these things that the left accuse him of, especially the lower level, then how come every one of his Title 10, Title 32 orders made it through 2021 to 2025? If Joe Biden was real, he had the same authority and power as every other president. He could have abolished everything that President Trump put in place, could have terminated it. In outside of a revolution and outside of a real insurrection, there's nothing no one would have done about it and couldn't have done anything about it, right? Because that would be legislation. It would be the power of the executive order, executive branch to terminate, to revoke all of President Trump's orders. They didn't do that. So see, that's the stuff that shows that most of this is still theater. And then he's already in a third term. If he wants a fourth, well, that's where, like, if I would have been it wouldn't have been this way. It's hard to say that, but like, there's multiple generals and admirals that's part of this. But if you were like the most, prestigious of the generals and admirals that every other one's looking up to, going, oh, you're the most brains of this, I would have made it more visual to some people in another manner, from certain aspects. But still, it was brilliant to play it out like that. But when I say make it more visual, just meaning like everything and anything, but like education pieces, I wouldn't care what some people thought. I'm like, they'll get over it. And some people, it is that in another way. Some are just going to get over it because we know who the wolves were, and most of them were in sheep's clothing, and some of them, it could have been your own child, and you wouldn't have known it. So it's kind of like, this is for your own good. We got your good. That's why I tell people, I don't care if people are gay, Buddhist, whatever the hell they are, whatever they want to do, whoever they want to, whatever. That's them. They got to live with their conscience. There is a way to live and let live without infringing on things like that. It should have never been in government. Should have never been in. That's the politics of government. That's the stuff. So that's why the liberals should retaliate and cry and whine, because the funding's being cut out of all their perversion and all the other stupid stuff they're wanting to do and wanted you and I to fund it. That's why when they're crying, hey, liberal tears are pretty when it comes to that, because they're showing they're about themselves. They're not for you and I. So if they were truly a human being, it wouldn't matter who they like, who they love, what color their hair is and all that. They would be able to go, all right, I come to the table. I want to know how government works, how it's fun. Again, so there's like things that I would like to have, but should I make you pay for it? I mean, no. I mean, what that makes sense. Hey, Dave, I want a brand new Corvette. You're going to fund it. You're like, on what planet are you living on? Right. So it's the same thing. These people wanted things that were just weird and different. And you're like, you do that. Like, you want to chop your thing off? You do that. Like that. Why would I pay that? Right. I would pay for you to have a brain first off, if I could pay for anything. Right. So.
Yeah. All right, brother. Well, listen, I want to just real quick. I thank you for giving us so much time. As always, I'll give you some time to get your dinner. But if you don't mind, let me take 1 minute just to read some of these rants, because there's some people here that want to say thanks to you. And let me just ask everybody real quick. We got a lot of you guys watching tonight, as always. Let me ask everybody one last time, if you enjoyed this conversation with Derek tonight, as we always do, please take a minute and hit that positive affirmation button, the heart button on X, and the thumbs up on Rumble. It's the best way you can help get this out there and share it with other people, and we greatly appreciate that. Let me start with Off Planet with a $20 Rumble rant. Thank you to Derek, Dave, Rambo, and friends for being such beacons of hope and keeping us from spinning off the rails year after year. Thank you very much for that. Gentle Heart with a $1 rant says, dollar holler, nothing can stop what is coming. If you know, you know, let's go, and thank you. Summertime Q with a $10 rant. Thank you for all you do, all you've done, and continue to do, Derek. Where we go one, where we go all. Summer Grace. Thank you very much for that. Layla's Nana, $10 for me, $10 for my sister Kim. Thank you, guys. We love what you all do. We'll see you in Florida. Thank you. Looking forward to that. Miriam 44, good evening. A little late, but here nonetheless. Nothing can stop what is coming. Thank you, Miriam. Our good friend Micro Toolmaker came in and dropped in 10 subs and a $55 Rumble rant. Thank you very much, my friend. Where we go one, we go all. Todd 12, thank you all for the hard work you do. Thank you, Dave, Mark, and especially Derek. Thank you very much, Todd. Appreciate that. Level Up 7511 says, thanks for being a staple. You keep me grounded. Not a fan of Flynn, but we can agree to disagree. We'll disagree on that. You've taught me new words, stretchy, and really keep me from thinking I'm crazy. Where we go one, we go all. Love y'all. Thank you, Level Up. And you're right. It is okay to disagree. That is fine. Everyone's allowed to their own opinion here. EFOG HB with a $10 rant. Derek, Mark, and Dave, 100%. Thank you very much for that. Kermit for Swigler with a $10 rant. Says a great show as always. Thank you, Derek. Yay to the truth with a $1 rant. Dollar holla all. Derek, thanks for the wake-up call in early 2023 on X22. Our blood pressure went back to normal. Thanks, Dave and Mark, for all you do. Thank you very much for that. Our good buddy Joe Rambo and friends with a $20 rant says, cheers, friends. Much love. Great show, gentlemen. Thank you, buddy. I'll see you tomorrow. And Lori Regario with a $1 rant says, dollar holla. Great show, gentlemen. And I believe there was one more. Bon Bakes with a $17 Rumble rant. Great show as usual. Derek always adds a lot of information. Thank you for that. And our good friend, the Mr. Leota, with a $10 rant. Incredibly informative show. Thank you very much, Derek. Thank you, Mr. Leota. And thank you all for your contributions. Greatly appreciate it. I believe I got everybody. Yes. All right. So let's, so we can all get some dinner because I haven't eaten yet today either. Let's start with Mark. Let's do some final thoughts and we will wrap up.
I'll tell you, going back to the last topic, if you go back to the 2017 inauguration, and he said, I'm returning government back to the people. It's people's choice whether or not they want him in again. So, I don't agree with much of what comes out of Bannon's mouth, but that happens to be a valid point. The other part of it that is a pet peeve of mine, drives me nuts, is when you sit and you watch a lot of these on-air people talking to people. If you're from England, you got enough problems over there. Go fix your own government. Let us worry about ours. We got enough problems here that Americans need to figure it out. That's why, it's also interesting if you're in California, where our friend Louis Herms is running for governor, Steve Hilton, go run for king in England. Stay over there. Not trying to be prejudiced about anybody. Everybody can come here, but figure out your own politics before you try and figure out ours. We got enough problems. But Derek, always great conversation. Always great talking to you.
Likewise.
Derek, final thoughts?
Well, yeah, I mean, I just, like I tell people, it's you find that you're finding out, if you're a real warrior, you're finding out your tenacity, you're finding out your strengths, you're finding out a lot of things about yourself along this process. So, I I tell people I got to where I am because I listened, I paid attention to detail, and I grew up around men who were real men. I mean, every bit of my life, I could tear up if I got emotional, but every bit of my life revolved around, I mean, my dad, my grandpas, my uncles, my great uncles, and they were all men, and every one of them just about every single one of them served. They all farmed. So, I grew up around that. And that's like I tell people, man, like that's the fabric of the nation. When you think of the railroad tracks across this nation, every single piece of that track had to be laid down by a man's hand. And when you drive across Arizona, New Mexico, even up in Wyoming and South Dakota, I mean, you just see train track around these bends, and everything is to the perfection of engineering, etc. When you think about that, that was before technology in another kind of manner. You think of every little square inch, square mile, etc. I mean, that's the kind of men I grew up around. My grandfather, he was a surveyor he did things for the Department of Agriculture. And that's back when they had to get out and really like put chains out on the ground and measure like that kind of stuff. So, there's a lot of things that our country's going through, but every person has to be involved, every person. And then, when we get on the top of everything again, then the money won't be an issue, like the way we live, the materialism. So it does start here. It starts right here. And everybody has to have that initiative. And when we get back to a team concept, but not DEI related, but a team, when you start thinking about your neighbor over yourself, then we'll start really, flourishing again. So there's a lot of things that people are seeing. So, if I'd have been president, you'd have seen a lot more, and I'd have been a lot more of a but that's just me.
I watch your X account. That wouldn't shock me.
I love how I mean, I know a lot of the generals, and I know a lot of the colonels. I know a lot of the key players, but man, I mean, it's brilliant. When everybody does come together for that greater good, and people will see the whys and the hows down the road when that's appropriate. So just hang on and hang tight, and you got to think like Tiger, man. She ain't smiling anymore. The deep state ain't smiling.
Amen, brother. Amen. Well, Derek, as always, thank you so much for doing this, man. Thank you for being generous with your time. I see all the comments asking for Derek to be on more often. We're definitely going to do that. I'll be honest with you. I got busy. I got bad at scheduling, and it's been way too long. I have to give full marks to Derek and his team. Anytime I reach out, they get back to us right away. So I promise you we will do more to make this a regular thing, because I promise you I enjoy hanging out with Derek and talking to him as much as any of you guys watching. So that is my apologies to you guys for not having done it as often over the last couple of months. But I have a feeling as we move, especially towards the end of this year, we're going to have lots of good, spicy stuff to talk about. So definitely look forward to doing it again. Again, Mark, thanks for being here, brother. Derek, as I always say, man, thank you for your service. Thank you for everything you've done to help and continue to do to help this movement. I don't think people realize that, I always remind people this. Derek's written a couple great books, and he put obviously his laws and orders together, but Derek doesn't have a regular show and a regular channel that he runs. He spends most of his time doing this, volunteering his time to go around to all these different podcasts anytime and help people understand what's going on. So to me, that is a true warrior. That's a true patriot. We greatly appreciate it, brother. And I look forward to doing it again soon. I, of course, want to thank each and every one of you guys for tuning in tonight, as always, for all your incredible support. And, of course, I do not want to ever forget to thank our incredible admins and mods, Kerry, Kat, Claudia, and Doug, for all the help. Tomorrow you can catch myself and Rambo 2 p.m. Eastern for Tuesday D-Class. And, of course, Wednesday night, Mike King will be here. Also this Thursday, We'll do our bi-weekly show with our good friend Patriot Underground, Open Lines Friday, D-Class Saturday. So we got something going on every night this week for you. So we appreciate you guys being here. And that's going to do it. Derek, thanks again, my friend. And we'll catch you guys on the next one. Have a fantastic night, everybody. Thanks for being here.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
That song's from my old one-eyed father. Came back from the service with one eye. He never complained about it my whole life. And all the stuff I do for the great, mighty USO and all the good work they do for our fantastic military. It's all in dedication to my father. And I'd like to do this song for him tonight. American girls, American guys will always stand up and salute and always recognize when we see old glory flying. There's a lot of men dead, so we can sleep in peace at night when we lay down our head. My daddy served in the army. We lost his right eye and he flew our flag out in our yard. Till the day that he died, he wanted my mother, my brother, my sister and me to grow up and live forever in the land of the free. This nation and love is falling under attack. A mighty sucker punch came flying in from somewhere in the back. As soon as we could see clearly through our big black eye, man, we lit up your world like a 4th of July. Hell, the sound of your name, top of his list. The Statue of Liberty started shaking her fist. Eagle will fly, it's gonna mean hell. Then you and my freedom start ringing that bell. It'll feel like the whole wide world raining down on you. Brought to you courtesy of the red, white, and blue. They're here tonight, right out there, oh, and justice will be served. Battle will rage. Good guys will win every time you rattle their cage. Man, you'll be sorry you messed with my US of A. We'll put a boot in your ass.